I'm going to just be very quick in welcoming everybody to the first session of our
Chinese Academy of Social Science.
Okay, so
we can also welcome Professor San Min, who is the coordinator of the Chinese Academy of Social Sciences, to our session, and also Professor Beneyto, who has who is the director of the Institute for European Studies at CEU São Paulo University. So welcome to both of them. If you want to just say hello to Peter as well, and to Joanne and to all the audience.
So you're on mute, Professor.
You are muted. Can you try to talk, Jose Maria?
Yes. Min, can you hear me?
Yes.
Please start.
Yes,
with.
yes.
Yes.
Good morning. Very happy to see all of you. Professor Beneyto, I'm so happy to see you online. Yeah, be pleasure to all of our professors. Now you are in the Florence European Institute of University or Institute. Sorry.
Okay, so Jose Maria, do you want to say anything before we start?
Just hello, good morning. Pleasure to be part of this summer course. I can see very well Peter Drahos and Joanne Scott and Marta Villar. So great satisfaction to be with all of you, and I'm looking forward to a very fruitful discussion also afterwards.
Thank you very much.
People hear me, by the way. Can people hear me? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Francesca Grassini, who is in the room with us, who has been assisting with the practical side of the organization, is going to be accompanying us through the journey for the next 2 weeks at a busy time for her. So I am really very grateful to Francesca for her willingness to help. It's above the call of duty, actually, in the last 2 weeks of July. So thank you, Francesca. And also to Loretta Matches Blasquez, who's not here with us today, who on the other side, Jerónimo's side, has been very efficient in assisting with the organization. So we've been fortunate to have this team to help us. And then the second thing I want to do is just to introduce Peter, who doesn't really require any introduction. People all know who he is, but as a matter of form, I will remind you that he is Professor of Law at the European University Institute, where he has been since 2017. And prior to that, he held positions at the Australian National University, Queen Mary University of London, and the Australian Attorney General's Department. Peter was trained in law, politics, and philosophy, and has published widely on a wide variety of topics, including the philosophy of intellectual property rights, global governance, regulatory theory, patent law, trade, development, climate change, and energy governance, and the protection of Indigenous peoples' knowledge. It sounds like a long list, but having worked with him now for 5 years, I can assure everybody that he is genuinely expert in all of these areas. And I am certain that people will already be aware that in 2021, Peter published an important book called Survival Governance, Energy and Climate in the Chinese Century. And because of the focus on China, we thought he would be a perfect keynote speaker for this conference and to introduce the program. So thank you very much, Peter, and the floor is now yours.
Okay, thank you, Joanne. And it's a real pleasure to be with this small but elite group of scholars and people. And thanks also to Francesca in the background supporting us. It's always probably a mistake to invite an author who's finished a book to talk about it. I mean, I do have a PowerPoint, which I can perhaps share, but given the size of the group, I might just start off with some informal remarks before I shift to the sharing of the PowerPoint. So the book Survival Governance ends up with what I would regard as a counterintuitive conclusion, which is that China represents one of the best bets for dealing with climate change. This was a project that took quite a number of years. It's a socio-legal project. It was based on the gathering of a lot of data, primarily through field work, with a little bit of participant observation. And when I started the project, my sort of intuitive hypothesis was that China was very much part of the problem of climate change and not really part of the solution. And the book ends up arguing that China, in a way, represents our best chance, or to put it a little more correctly, that Chinese state leadership represents the best chance for tackling climate change. Now, as I say, that's a counterintuitive conclusion. You know, China is an authoritarian state. It's classified as such by political scientists. It has an economy that's primarily reliant on a combination of coal and gas and oil. It obviously has a rising and fast renewable energy base, but overwhelmingly the domestic economy is still very reliant on coal, and it's the world's biggest emitter. And it also claims the status of a developing country, and as we know, energy transitions take a long time to, they're not really revolutions, they're more evolutions. They take a long time to deliver. So as the world's biggest emitter, you know, one can say that it's clearly the case that a lot hinges on what China does. What I try to do in the book is to introduce two different frames for thinking about the problem of climate change. The first frame is what I call the geo-energy trilemma, and the second frame is what I call survival governance. Now, just let me say a little bit about those frames before I leap into my PowerPoint. What I mean by the geo-energy trilemma is that states are caught up in three prongs. You know, it is a trilemma, so naturally there are three prongs. And those three prongs are made up, first of all, of climate mitigation. Another prong is energy security, and then the third prong is competitiveness. And what I essentially argue in the book is that states, in making decisions about how to resolve the trilemma, have essentially favoured, unsurprisingly, energy security, which was also linked to competitiveness. Now, I distinguish between a military version of the geo-energy trilemma and a sort of civilian version of the geo-energy trilemma. The military version of the trilemma says that states towards the end of the 19th century and from the beginning of the 20th century onwards continued to support a fossil fuel economy and industrialization based on the need to achieve military capabilities. So if you think of the process of industrialization, most states went through a phase in which they invested heavily in iron and steel production, in chemical production, because those things matter fundamentally to your military capabilities. You can't have a navy unless you've got steel production, iron production. Very hard to have submarines unless you have a chemical industry capable of producing rubber. There are lots and lots of examples I could give you, which I'm not going to do in the interest of time. So both the military version of the geoenergy trilemma and the civilian version of the geoenergy trilemma essentially drove state agendas when it came to energy. Now, as you would be aware, in the early 1970s, we had the OPEC oil crisis, in which the oil producers, led by Saudi Arabia, essentially as a cartel, raised the price of oil. And this produced a response from consuming states of two kinds. I mean, first of all, it produced a domestic response in terms of trying to cut down on their oil consumption. And it also produced an international response that was led by Henry Kissinger, that led to the formation of the International Energy Agency, the IEA. The IEA was born a fossil fuel organization, and unfortunately for most of its history, it's remained a fossil fuel organization. What's important to understand about the OPEC oil crisis is that this was a great opportunity for renewable energy. Unfortunately, it was a lost opportunity. When you look at the amount of, and that's what I argue in the book, when you look at the amount of investment that took place in renewable energy, there was actually very little. The French built a big tidal power plant. There was a little bit of money given to solar energy research. That money was primarily driven by the US Army's interests, or the US military's interests, in the powering of satellites using solar energy. Overall, the amount of money that went to renewable energy was actually disappointingly low. And in fact, it represented something of a turning point for the coal industry. A lot of money was given to the coal industry. And in particular, what happened was that the IEA managed to convince states to invest in coal in order to preserve their oil supplies. So that was that was a very profound policy shift that began taking place. And as a result of that, from the 1970s onwards, we saw a lot of investment in coal-fired power technology. All sorts of thoughts were given to gasifying coal to make coal-fired power stations much more efficient. And so the world, in a sense, as a result of the OPEC oil crisis, did not become locked into renewable energy, but it became locked into fossil fuel. And that is why even today, when you look at the International Energy Agency statistics, over 80% of the world's primary energy is dependent on fossil fuel, on coal, on oil, and on gas. Now, and that has proved to be a frame that is very difficult, a policy frame that has been very difficult for states to break free of. And the amount of renewable energy as a primary source of energy supply remains actually extremely low, disappointingly low, given what the science is saying about the scale of the crisis. Now, there are lots of important implications of all of that, but one of the important implications is that we know from previous energy revolutions, when we look at, for example, the transition from wood to coal, which has been very much studied by historians, we know that energy revolutions take a very long time. So we're starting from a low base in an area where it takes a long time to achieve a change. So one of the deep complexities of this problem, which makes it unlike most other international international problems of cooperation that I've studied is that there's a temporal dimension. States now are in a position where they have to act very quickly. And if you have a think about it, I mean, if you pick any area of global public goods, I mean, think about trade, for example. I'm sure many of you will be familiar with the history of trade and how many rounds of trade negotiations we had to go through in order to achieve a negative goal, which is the reduction of tariffs. I mean, think of the various Uruguay rounds, the Kennedy rounds, and so on. And here we're not trying to achieve a negative goal, we're trying to achieve a positive goal, which is essentially to build an entirely new energy system that will displace the one that's emitting. So that when you study global public good problems, you really get a sense of how difficult it is for states to move quickly when it comes to global public goods. So whatever geopolitical pathway we choose, one criterion of success is that it does have to move quickly, which is precisely what the history suggests is actually very difficult to achieve. Now, the other frame that I argue for in the book is what I call survival governance. And by survival governance, I mean that all actors within the world system, and I conceive of this partly through world systems theory, that all players within the world system come to understand that survival, biological survival, their biological survival, depends on establishing a new relationship with ecological systems. So we've had decades of work now by scientists that in a way have established a truth that Indigenous people have, through their various traditions and systems of traditional knowledge, have known for a very long time. In Australia, Indigenous people talk about the importance of country. And what they mean by country is home. It's a place where you can sit down. That's what an Indigenous person in Australia is saying when they're talking about the protection of country. And they talk about the protection of country for another reason. They see that ancestors are embedded in the land. So they have a profoundly different relationship, a profoundly different perspective when it comes to land. They see ancestors as their ancestors, as embedded in the land, and their ancestors are not part of some distant mythical past. That's the wrong way in which to think about it. Those ancestors are a living presence in the land, which is why in the case of Australia, there has been so much resistance to mining, because mining inevitably involves the destruction of sacred sites. And even though mining companies talk about remediation, as I learned through a project that I did in this area, the land is never really restored to what it was. Something else takes its place, and for Indigenous people, the sacred sites are lost. So that Indigenous people see the maintenance of ecology and ecological systems as central to how they should live their lives. And a lot of what the science is now telling us is that all of us in a way are caught up, we're a sort of community, as it were, of shared fate, or our lives are very much bound up with the future of ecological systems. So the survival governance frame that I suggest states and all actors in the world system need to shift towards is this idea that if we're to preserve ourselves, we need to preserve ecological systems. And I don't think there would be too many scientists that would dispute the need for that. Now, unfortunately, my conclusion is that almost no states are really in survival governance mode. I argue that it's possibly that China is switching over to survival governance mode, and I'll explain my reasons for thinking that in a little bit. I certainly argue that the United States is not in survival governance mode. It remains essentially committed to the trilemma and primarily the energy security prong of that trilemma. I argue that the EU is progressively shifting towards a realization, at least at the normative level, if you look at the amount of regulatory activity in the EU, that if you look at its energy security policies, if you look at its climate policies, if you look at its circular economy policies, there are a lot of good things happening in the EU. But for reasons I'll explain, the EU in a way is a sort of fractious entity made up of a lot of energy sovereigns. And unfortunately, not all those energy sovereigns in the EU take the same view. So that survival governance is sort of more contested in the EU than one would really hope. And in the case of India, India's these are all countries, I should say, or groups that I look at in the book. So I do want to sort of a bit of an analysis of the position of each of these actors. India is a kind of complex country. It, under Modi, has essentially embraced a more neoliberal position and perspective on its future in the world system. But I argue in the book that inevitably it will, because of its population and because of what the science is saying about the disproportionate impact of climate change on India, that it will ultimately follow China and move, I think, quite swiftly into survival governance mode. South Asia is one of the areas of the globe where climate change will have very disproportionate effects. Obviously, the effects will not be equally distributed throughout the world. Okay, so the other point I'd like to make is that states are very much concerned with the maintenance of power. If you're an international relations theorist, you will essentially be arguing of a realist persuasion. You will essentially be arguing that it's all about the maintenance of power and that threats to power are taken very seriously and that hegemonic states really police threats to power. And one of the problems in the area of climate change is that states are certainly not above using energy policy as a lever of power. We've seen this with Russia over the decades. Russia routinely, for example, has threatened the Baltic states and on a number of occasions has suspended the supply of power to the supply of gas to the Baltic states. That's all been very well documented. The United States uses access to its fracked gas and oil as an incentive to persuade states to sign onto free trade agreements. So we see a lot of power games played out around energy policy, and that of course causes climate scientists to a certain amount of despair, because this ultimately, if you're a climate scientist, is not so much about the maintenance of power as it is a question of ultimately survival and what kind of new equilibrium we're all going to end up in. And there are choices of equilibria, the door on some of which have shut, but we've still got time enough to avoid some of the very worst equilibria that we may well head into. So I don't want to say, so that's all by way of background. I guess another point about the survival governance frame is that once you embrace the survival governance frame, there are going to be clear winners and losers. That's one of the other really important points to make in this area, and why this is a very difficult area in which to make rapid progress. So, you know, we know from the climate science that most of the existing fossil fuel reserves in the world are going to have to stay in the ground. And there are sort of varying percentages depending on whether you're talking about coal or oil or gas. But the point is that the survival governance frame means there are going to be clear losers, right? I mean, Russia is you know, even before the Ukraine, before the war in the Ukraine, Russia was going to be a clear loser on the survival governance frame because of the amount of gas that it supplied to the world and the amount of oil that it supplied to the world and the amount of coal. Likewise, the Saudis are going to be huge losers under a survival governance frame. Australia, along with other coal exporting countries, but Australia's the biggest, will be a huge loser as well under a survival governance frame. So that the survival governance frame sets up these very stark win-lose scenarios. You know, we're not talking about win-win scenarios, and that makes the provision of the global good problem even more difficult than it already is. And I think it's also important to understand the scale of success of the fracking revolution in the United States. So let me now quickly just turn to my PowerPoint. I'll just see if I can share my screen here. It's not what I want. Oh, here we are. Okay, so hopefully you'll have see my screen. So let me just quickly take you through some key points, and then I'll wind up and we can perhaps have a chat about some of the claims I've made. This is a diagram that every year the International Energy Agency tells us, you know, what percentages of primary energy are coming from what sources. The important point there is the orange band. That's renewables, excluding hydro and excluding nuclear. But you can see that wind, solar, tidal accounts for around 2% of the world's primary energy. So that's very, very low. As I said, I did a lot of interview work for this particular project, and I did a lot of interview work in the main countries, in China, in India, and in the United States. And before I went to the United States, I really didn't understand the success of fracking. I had no idea. I was ignorant. And I think it's important to grasp that the US fracking story, whether you're talking about fracked gas or fracked oil, is a real success story as an innovation story, not as a global public good story, but as an innovation story. No one thought that the frackers could bring down the cost of fracking in the way that they did. And this all really started at in the Barnett Shale in Texas. These were independent petroleum producers that really took a big risk and came up with chemical formula that made fracking more and more efficient. As a result of that, as the International Energy Agency pointed out in its latest report, that probably by about 2024, every 5th barrel of oil in the world is going to come out of the United States, right? And every 4th cubic meter of gas is going to come out of the United States. That's the extent of the success of US fracking. So the US industry, fracking industry, really delivered high levels of energy security. And so obviously it's going to be very difficult for a US president to confront a successful industry. And it's also a successful industry that's bankrolled by US banks. So the biggest banking funders in the world of fossil fuel are the 5 American banks. You know, they're Chase, JP Morgan, Citi, Bank of America. They're the biggest funders of fossil fuel in the world. They're also very big donors to American elections. And in the last American election, they donated more to the Democrats than they did to the Republicans. So a US president taking on the oil and gas industry in the United States faces a monumental challenge. And as I said, the United States uses oil and gas, access to oil and gas, as a geopolitical lever. So when people say, oh, US leadership on climate change, I am fairly skeptical about that, because it doesn't accord with what I learned through my interviews in the United States. I think the United States is very deeply committed to whatever Biden says. I think the United States political establishment, and I think US industry, I mean, I spoke to large US manufacturers like Dow Chemical, for example. They're very committed to cheap gas because they think that's what's going to make America great again, US manufacturing. And if you're going to be a manufacturing power, you need access to cheap energy. The US, in my view, is not going to give up on cheap energy costs anytime soon. And I think they will be looking at the EU and see that as an object lesson in what expensive energy does to an economy. That's why I think that US leadership is at best ambiguous when it comes to fossil fuel. I also think it's very unlikely that carbon capture and storage will arrive in time. I spent a lot of time in the United States interviewing utilities, big utility companies like Southern Utility. They were responsible for building a CCS facility in Kemper County. They only built one facility. When I asked them whether they would build more, they said no, too expensive. When I asked them what they had learnt from building that Kemper County facility, they said, you don't learn that much from building one facility, you need to build lots of them. And then they said, we're not going to build lots of them because it's too expensive. So what we know from the International Energy Agency is that there are only 21 CCS facilities operating worldwide. And that means a lot of the modeling that the International Energy Agency has done over the last 2 decades is false, or it operates on a false assumption. If you look at IEA reports, they assume that CCS will come on stream in a big way this decade. That's just not going to be true. Moreover, no one that I spoke to in the industry, and I'm talking in the coal industry, in the power generation industry, no one thought that it would. No one thought that it would. The reason is it's too expensive, too many complex technologies, and governments are not subsidizing it enough. And this goes really right back to the wrong turning that the International Energy Agency, as a policy matter, took in the 1990s by recommending states lock themselves into coal production when actually we should have been getting out of coal and into renewable energy. So the error was committed quite a while ago. We're now reaping the consequences of that. Okay, so why do I think China? What I learned from my interviews in China, well, I learned a lot of things that I didn't expect. Again, I was ignorant. As I said, I had a working hypothesis, all of which got shredded based on the interviews. I think the first thing that we have to appreciate is that we are really in a situation now of adaptation. And the way that we're going to have to adapt is to create a new relationship between our cities and ecological systems. It's not going to be possible to go back to some utopian ecological past, you know, of the kind that we see delivered in various documentaries by, you know, soft-spoken Englishmen, you know, talking about the virtues of nature and beautiful national parks and all the rest of it. I'm afraid the door on that is closed. We are urban creatures, we live in cities, and cities are the medium through which we are going to have to redefine our relationship with ecology. There's no way around that. Every country either has urbanized, is urbanizing, or will urbanize. I mean, China, 300 million people this decade will move into cities in China. China became more, you know, more people were living in China's cities than in China's agricultural areas by about 2010. It's the relationship between cities and ecosystems that really matters. My own view is that China understands this, and what I discovered in China is that there were many city projects aimed at redefining the relationship between cities and ecology. So in a sense, and what I argue in the book is that China is urbanizing innovation. So what China is trying to do is to create integrated energy systems and integrated city systems that will help ecological systems deliver the kind of services that we need as a human species. And what we need as a human species are clean air. We need land that will be fertile in terms of food production. We need clean water, obviously. You know, we don't get very far as a species without access to clean water. So somehow those basic services that ecosystems are delivering now, but are increasingly finding it difficult to deliver, cities will somehow have to operate in different ways in order for those services to continue to be delivered. Now, here's an example of the kind of city projects that I found in China. This is the sponge city idea. The sponge city idea is very much talked about, and there are many engineering experiments taking place in China because many of China's cities are flood prone. This is a major problem for hundreds of cities in China. Of course, it's not only cities in China that are flood prone, but you know, a very large population in China. So when cities flood in China, lots of people are affected. And this is an example of what they call a sponge city, where the sponge city tries to capture large amounts of water in flood times and stores it for drought times. So one of the features of the new equilibria that we're moving into are extremes, so that, you know, we'll get extreme rainfall, and then we'll get long periods of drought. And this is a cycle that's very familiar to people in Australia, but more and more countries are going to shift into it. So sponge cities are an important way of trying to deal with these kind of more fluctuating extremes that we're shifting into as a species. Now, it's not just sponge cities that are being built in China. There are lots of experiments taking place in China on a very large scale. So we've got forest cities, we've got eco cities, we've got smart cities, hydrogen cities, low carbon cities, circular economy cities, emission trading cities, and so on. Now, the scale of all of this is very large. You know, it's not, these aren't small projects. We're talking 30, 40 cities, you know, hundreds of millions of people participating in what are essentially very large scale city experiments. Now, the reason that this is important is that and this really goes back to what I discovered in my interviews everywhere, is that we need engineering experience. So it's one thing to talk hypothetically, for example, people are talking about the hydrogen economy, but you don't really know whether the hydrogen economy is going to work or not until you have engineering experience with, for example, furnaces. How does burning hydrogen in a furnace compare to burning natural gas? And what kind of pipelines do you need? Can you use the same pipelines that you've got for natural gas for hydrogen? I mean, there are a lot of technical engineering questions that you need to answer, and you can only answer them through experimentation, through building models and prototypes and so on. So that's what China is doing. It's essentially building, it's trying to acquire as quickly as it can engineering experience. So the way that this works in China is that you get the kind of idea or concept, the hydrogen city, the eco city, the circular economy city, whatever it happens to be. And what then takes place in China is that various groups that are advocating for these particular kinds of experiments engage in planning contests. And they put forward pilot projects, very large scale pilot projects. The whole idea, of course, is to win the attention of the senior members of the Communist Party. So everyone's trying to, win the approval of the hierarchy, as it were, trying to get money, trying to get resources to launch whatever particular project they're interested in. Now, once the senior Chinese party officials make their decisions, what happens then is indicator systems are developed. So when you get the go-ahead, you need to measure success, so that the next stage of the pilot project, once it's been given approval, getting interrupted here with emails, is you have to develop indicator systems. And this is what those indicator systems look like. So you get and there are hundreds and hundreds of these in China for all sorts of different kinds of projects. So if you're interested in the circular economy, for example, you want to know, what you want to measure daily waste per capita, you want to measure what you're doing about the recycling of solid waste, what you're doing about animal waste, what you're doing about urban garbage. These things go on and on. They're extremely dull. I don't really understand them. But the point is that these indicator systems are what measure engineering success or failure in China with these kinds of experiments. I'm not going to talk about this. This is Chinese governance. This is the pressure driving mechanism. I don't really have time to explain how this works. I've written about this. I just want to skip on through to some other key points that I want to make. What I think is going to happen in China is that China's city networks are going to form crucial centers of demand. And those city networks are being deepened and extended through the Belt and Road initiatives. So that the key point about Belt and Road so much is not this is a way for China to export more cheap goods to the West. That's what many people in Europe think. So when I did my interviews in the EU, many EU policymakers, were very dismissive of Belt and Road. They thought the Belt and Road was just a way for China to keep on exporting goods to Europe over rail or ship or whatever it is. I actually think that this is the wrong hypothesis. We'll know for sure in a decade or so. My own view is that Belt and Road is really about intensifying relationships among cities in China to create huge networks of demand for climate change technologies and for new energy technologies. And this is a little graph or a little picture that someone from the World Bank produced, which shows that the really intense part of Belt and Road is within China itself. It's not so much out of China. And obviously it'll also affect the countries in China's region. So clearly to the north of China, Mongolia and so on, and the Central Asian countries, Uzbekistan, Tajikistan, the Kyrgyzstans. and then going down south and so on, so that there will be very important spillover effects of China's network of cities for China's region. And that's because, as I said, you know, the scientific evidence suggests that this part of the world will disproportionately be affected by climate change. I mean, there are some very alarming projections for what's going to happen in the Hindu Kush. You know, 3 million people live in the Hindu Kush, right? And major river systems like the Yellow River, for example, and the Mekong and so on are part of the Hindu Kush. So that if climate change has very deep adverse effects in this region, then the displacement effects are going to be very great. Now, I used as my baseline for assessing state capability in this area, a book that I had co-written with the colleague John Braithwaite. I used that as a baseline. And in that book, we concluded that the US state had been the most influential actor in accomplishing the globalization of regulation. And indeed, you know, perhaps the United States will surprise me and in some way that is unexpected. Perhaps it will show more leadership than I have given it credit for. As I say, I base my position on the interview data. That was what led me to my conclusions. I hope I'm wrong. It would be better if the future of the world were in the hands of some liberal cosmopolitan democracy rather than an authoritarian state. The future will tell us. So my reasons, I've already said something about why I think the US is problematic in terms of leadership. I think the US is characterized by extremely high levels of legal adversarialism. I interviewed I spent quite a lot of time in Washington, and every lobbyist I spoke to, whether they were, you know, well, there's no one really on the left in the United States. They're either in the center or on the right. And essentially they all said the same thing. The system was paralyzed. You know, every one of them basically spoke about gridlock within the US system. Very difficult to get anything done. So legal adversarialism is now a deep problem in the United States. And since I've written the book, I would say that that problem, judging by people's response to the US Supreme Court, has gotten deeper rather than gotten better. The other thing is executive power. I mean, so, you know, I'm sure all of you know this just as well as I do. If you look at what George W. Bush did, he was a Texas oil man. You know, he didn't do a whole lot for the climate. Then Obama came along and Obama did a lot of good things. Then Trump came along, he kind of reversed what Obama did. Then Biden came along, he reversed what Trump did. And who knows who will be elected president? And who knows what that president will do? So executive power is an incredibly fragile basis on which to tackle a global public good problem. The innovation success of US oil and gas, I've already talked about that. One should keep in mind that in US elections, states like Pennsylvania, that are coal mining states, are incredibly important. And that was one of the reasons why Trump made the promises he did, and he won Pennsylvania the first time around. And then you've got the role of US banks. And I just don't see a US president taking on the US banks, taking on the US oil and gas industry, and taking on US manufacturers. You know, that's a big ask. Okay, why not the European Union? I spend a bit of time discussing EU leadership. I actually think that EU would be a great partner for China. Unfortunately, I think things perhaps may not work out as well as they might. What I found in the EU was that the EU was in a state of constant perpetual negotiation. You know, it takes a long time to get anything done. And there is also ideological competition within the EU. You know, there are governments on the left, there are governments on the right. You know, you can call it illiberal backsliding, popular authoritarianism, whatever you want to call it. And this ideological competition essentially slows the EU down to some extent. There are also different perceptions within the EU, among EU states, about the benefits of a green innovation agenda. You know, Poland thinks Germany is going to do really well out of the green innovation agenda, but you know, it's not so clear that Poland's going to do as well as Germany. Italy, you know, Italy sees energy security as incredibly important. It's got a lot of heavy manufacturing. You know, it wants a reliable supplier of gas, which is why it's struck a lot of bilateral deals with Russia, because it used to rely more on states in the Middle East, but then after Libya and Algeria and so on, that all became much more problematic. So Italy became much more dependent on Russia. So what I discovered was that every state has its own version of the geoenergy trilemma. And that sets a brake on how quickly the EU can move as a single entity. There are a lot of technical issues here too, which I had been unaware of. So states care a lot about oil refinery capacity. They don't want to lose it. But they're faced with a lot of competition in the oil refinery sector from China, from South Korea, that have scale that European states find hard to match. So a lot of states in Europe worry about oil refinery capacity and how to maintain it. Countries like Poland, you know, want to use coal. There's often not a lot of consultation amongst European states. I mean, Merkel didn't consult extensively when she decided to close down Germany's nuclear power stations. In fact, my understanding is she didn't consult at all. She just did it. There are problems with the utilization of interconnectors in Europe. They're underutilized. We have a bunch of European Commission reports that show that. The Commission's been talking about using trade tools as a way of focusing the minds of other states on the climate change problem. And that's a very, very important point. In my interviews, I discovered that states, particularly China, South Korea, states do worry about the use of border taxes, carbon adjustment, border taxes. They do worry about that. So that's a real threat. One of the questions though is, can Europe get agreement on this? Right, you know, France wants to sell a fast train to South Korea. We're gonna hit Korea with tariffs. I don't know. Not sure. So the big question is, can China exercise the kind of regulatory leadership that the United States is so adept at? Well, we've got some evidence that China is capable of getting things done. You know, the New Development Bank, the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank, they're modest but important contributions to global financial regulation. We see China having much greater engagement with the International Standard Organization. It's now got the second largest. It sits on more committees than any other state except for Germany. So huge, deep engagement with standards now. So China understands the standard setting game. China understands technology and intellectual property. If you think back to the old Soviet Union was quite good at inventing things. You know, think about Sputnik, for example. It was quite a good innovator in the weapons technology area. But the old Soviet Union never built large firms, right? But China has. You know, think of Huawei, think of ZTE. You know, it's had success in the app area. Not that I know what TikTok is, but everyone seems to talk about it. China is prepared to leverage its very large internal market. It's not afraid to confront the United States in a trade war. It's not afraid to do that. It's prepared to go toe-to-toe with it. I think the big question for me is whether China is prepared to invest in legal institutions that support excellence in regulation. And I don't know the answer to that question, because that is going to be what is required. You have to have independent institutions, regulatory institutions, in order to really be successful as a regulator. Independence is the chief virtue of regulatory institutions. And you know, that's a complex question, I think, for China, with its authoritarian system, with the nomenclatura system that China runs. This is a system that the kind of Leninist Marxist system it inherited from the Soviet Union, where party officials occupy very important posts and everything has to sort of go through the party. So to what extent can China achieve excellence in regulation, I think, is an open question. So I think I've really said enough. You know, my overall conclusion is we've got a terribly difficult problem on our hands, and I think all pathways, all geopolitical pathways, look improbable. But the one that looks least improbable to me is the one in which China plays a much bigger role than anyone might have thought. Obviously, I hope I'm wrong about that, and it turns out to be a much more an exercise that is led much more by liberal democracies. So thank you very much.
Great, thank you, Peter, for that fascinating talk. And we have a little bit of time for discussion and questions. Some people on screen have already introduced themselves, but if anybody asks who has not introduced themselves, please let us know who you are. So who would like to kick us off with comments or questions? Thank you. Go ahead. Professor Beneyto.
Yes, thank you, Joanne. Peter, thanks a lot for this really very fascinating talk, which gives us a lot of food for thought. I was a bit struck by the assessment you made about the European Union and the very low possibilities that you see that it may be an influential factor, particularly in setting the standards and being efficient and influential enough in setting global standards, which in a sense runs counter to the literature which has been published in recent years, in which the EU is being portrayed as the big standard setter in the world. Could you explain a bit more on this? Why do you exactly think that the EU, which is not just the individual member states, of course, I mean, I agree with you when you say that individual member states have different policies, and it's always very difficult to get a common understanding and common internal consensus. But the institutions have their own dynamic, and precisely in this area of standard setting, there is, as we know, a broad room which separates really states, what member states want or would like to have, and what institutions really do. So this is my question. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Look, I really haven't made up my mind about the European Union. When I went in to do all the interviews, and I should say I spent a lot of time obviously at the Commission and in Germany, France, Poland, some of the eastern states, Italy, and Sweden, and so on. I went into it thinking that the EU really was the leader, and as you say, there is a literature that shows that. There is also undeniable achievements. I mean, I think when you look at the amount of normative work that's been generated at the EU level, you know, the circular economy initiative, the nexus that's been created between climate and energy regulation in the EU. And I say this, there's a lot to be that one admires about the EU, and you know, the work continues. I mean, the European Investment Bank is one of the really important global leaders in encouraging investment in renewable energy innovation. And of course, the EU is working on a green bond standard and so on. The problem is, and this comes back to the temporal dimension, is that things are just go more slowly. I mean, when you look at the reports that the Commission writes on interconnector capacity, they're very much underutilized. You know, trade in electricity in the EU is nowhere near what we would like it to be. And, you know, what I learned was, well, that's because you've got 27 national regulators. And, you know, they're not looking at it from a global public point of view, they're looking at it from a national point of view. And when they're making tariff decisions and purchasing decisions, you know, they may well be favoring local generators, right? And, you know, there is a certain lack of coordination in the EU. And if you look at the dependence, and this has been revealed now because of the Ukraine war, I mean, and, you know, the dependence of the EU on gas and oil is huge. And you can see with the response by Germany, for example, and, you know, I suspect Italy, although that was less reported, because Italy has had very close ties, bilateral ties with Russia. You know, what's driving the dramatic rise in the value of the ruble? Well, that's purchases by European states of Russian gas and oil, right? I mean, so it's not that I think that the EU is doing bad things, it's doing great things. And I'm sure you could tell me in much more expert detail than I could possibly hope to absorb just the great things that the EU is doing. But there's a lot of sand in that mechanism, that EU mechanism. There's a lot of sand in it. And you only, when you start digging down to it, then you find out about it. So I'm not optimistic about the extent to which the EU can move quickly. I'm really not.
Let me maybe just follow up quickly on this. I mean, talking about the lack of interconnectedness, being in Spain, you know, this is quite an experience that we make every day, really. You know, it has been a policy, a political goal of all parties and all governments for now 20 years to increase interconnectedness with France and with Portugal, and this is really very, very complicated. Nothing has happened really. But going back to your points, you were implying that there is no possibility of a turning point now coming from precisely the Ukrainian, the war against the Ukraine, and you know how many decisions are being taken at this point, even if, you know, hesitant as always and with a lot of negotiation. And the other point, just finish, oil and gas, you know, purchases from European countries, bringing the ruble high, but it is not much more important the purchases that India and China are doing, you know, at a discount rate.
Yeah, right. So again, I completely agree. You've made very, very important points, but here's the thing. I think the Ukraine war has focused European minds on the need to really speed up. The question is, how are they going to speed up? You know, Obama spent a lot of time in Europe when he was president, trying to persuade the Europeans to go down the fracking path, right? He was essentially a salesman for fracked gas and oil in Europe. Now that's not something that's widely known, but he was very severely criticized by environmental groups in the United States for effectively being a salesman for fracked gas. Now, the effect of the Ukraine war, I think, is an extremely interesting question to which I don't have any quick answers. One possibility is that this speeds up the transition in Europe to renewables. But another possibility is that Biden will essentially, like Obama, replace what Russia was selling to Europe with fracked oil and gas from the United States, right? So that effectively what happens is that the US frackers, given the guarantees in the market and given also that countries like Poland have built LNG facilities because, you know, they obviously, even before the Ukraine war, they were worried about Russia, right? So the Central European countries, and if you look at the Czech Republic, for example, nuclear power stations and so on, the Central European countries, the countries that have been formerly part of the Soviet Union were working towards energy security in what ways they could, so that facilities for the importation of LNG and so on are already, in some parts of Europe, already there. So if all that happens is that US fracked oil and gas shifts into that EU market, slows down the renewable energy revolution, and Russia, as you correctly point out, because there were very important historical ties between the Soviet Union and India under the old Nehru socialist, republic. If all that happens in the world is that Russia then sells to China and India and the US sells to the EU, then I think we can pretty much forget about a 2-degree world or even a 3-degree world. So it depends. An awful lot now hinges on how quickly the EU is and what kinds of decisions are going to be made about that US fracked gas and oil.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for the questions and the comments and the answers. Are there other questions that people want to raise?
If I may?
Sure. Marta, go ahead.
Thank you, Peter, for so inspiring speech. I like it a lot and I enjoy it a lot. Just 2 brief questions. First of all, you mentioned when you speak around China position, the importance of the independency of the institutional regulator.
Right.
To me, this point is not only an important point for China, but also for looking for a better governance in the world. Are you agree with that? And
Yep.
my second question is about the complex issue to design a green taxonomy on energy products. I would like to know very much your position on that, specifically on nuclear and gas. And that's, for the moment, that's all for my part.
Yeah. Look, so I think we're in complete agreement. Independence is the chief virtue of regulatory institutions. And, my stock example here is think about the great job that central banks have done. Now, a lot of people might say, oh, central banks, but, central banks are chartered as independent organizations and the way they absorb learning from constant financial crises, the way that cross-learning takes amongst central banks. If you think, for example, of the Basile Committee and the Bank of International Settlements, that's a really important critical node where learning amongst central bankers is exchanged. And we all know the history here. We know that fascism was driven by the fact that, between the 1920s and the 1930s, essentially national governments played beggar thy neighbor games with monetary policy, right? I mean, they inflated currencies, they deflated them, they played all sorts of games. And one of the reasons we have, you know, the comparatively stable financial system that we do have, you know, it hasn't randomized, right? That is because of the independence of central banks. So I do see independence of regulatory institutions as fundamental to the future of the world. You know, we need kind of independent green banks in the way we have independent central banks, right? That's what we need. Whether we'll get that or not is another question. Look, on the question of green taxonomy, you know, these are very technical, detailed questions that go right to the heart of, well, what do you mean when you say hydrogen? You know, I mean, hydrogen that's produced how? Using coal? I mean, you know, where do you sit on with nuclear? You know, there are kind of huge debates about all of that, and then this really comes down to the way that you draft this. And you know, when you've got green bond standards, you know, what does that green bond standard cover exactly? I mean, you know, should it cover the coal industry that's got carbon capture and storage? I mean, and what kind of level of carbon capture and storage are you going to allow before you say, oh, well, you know, that now it's green, you know, now brown has become green? I mean, there are endless questions of detail here, and a lot of this, ultimately, though, in my view, has to be driven by experience, engineering experience with the technology. You know, if you talk to engineers, they need to build things in order to figure out whether this is going to work or not. You know, so a lot of the stuff that we hear about the hydrogen economy, it's all just, you know, until we build these things, we're not going to know. And that's the one thing that China is doing. You know, it really is committing resources to building this infrastructure, and it's getting a lot of engineering experience, which I hope it will share with the world, because, you know, we need to know. We need ultimately to live in an intellectual commons that is vibrant and robust, and that is working at every single level of governance when it comes to climate change. Because if we don't live in that kind of intellectual commons, we're in a world of trouble. We'll never get out of the world of trouble that we're in.
Thank you very much. Fully agree.
Thank you very much, Peter. I'd like also to make two questions. The first one is to insist to ask you to elaborate a bit more about the impact of the Ukraine war. And in particular, what I would like to know is what's your opinion about whether that scenario will slow down the movement towards more fight against climate change, more renewables in the three actors, or whether you see differences and asymmetries between the impact in all the three.
Right.
So that's the first question. The second question is about the position of the European Union. I don't know if you share my view. Maybe I'm very Euro-optimistic, but when I see what has happened in the later years, I see the reaction of the EU to the pandemic, vaccination, recovery plans, things that supposedly the Union could not easily do. At the very end, it has taken a leadership role, and I think it has probably have success in the main issues, the main challenges that it had, which was precisely by vaccination and common recovery plan. If we think now the Ukraine war, I will say that the Union is also taking a leadership role. So I don't know if you share or not this position, but my question there is, don't you think that if we analyze these recent reactions, we could also think of more leadership as well in this field from the European Union? We've been talking, for instance, of common purchases of energy now, and we've seen how the union is moving, and is moving at central level to negotiate and try to get alternative sources for. We have been also seen pushing forward for efficiency considerations, not using so much energy. I don't know. I wonder whether there's also there a possibility. It's true that the mix of energy is still a national competence, but I wonder whether de facto the union can also have a say there. I don't know what's your view.
So Peter, this will be, I think, the final word to you today. So thank you very much.
Okay. So there are two complex questions. I'll just take the second one, which in a way is following on from what Jose said earlier about, you know, why shouldn't I be more optimistic about EU leadership? And it's, you know, I actually spend a lot of time in the book praising what the EU has done. So I'm not, you know, I want the EU to succeed. I'm not against the EU. It's just that when you look at the history, and I did spend a lot of time doing interviews, that under the surface, you know, when your eyes turn away, when your eyes turn away from that beautiful edifice of directives and regulations, and you look under the surface, you know, it's a lot messier than one would like, right? I mean, the Italians kind of say to you, they're kind of resentful of that operation that's being run in Brussels, you know, that burden share. Well, you know, they don't really understand us. You know, we're being forced to be part of this burden share. They don't understand the Italian economy. And, you know, the Poles just think it's, and look, maybe the Poles have changed their mind. Maybe the Poles are thinking, hey, we can be winners from the green economy. You know, we're going to out-engineer the Germans. So I can only report to you what the interview data told me. Now, maybe I should go back and do all the interviews all over again, and I might come up with a different conclusion. So I see the EU as incredibly important. Not for 1 minute am I trying to devalue what the EU is doing. So just let me be clear about that. It is just the ideology, the ideological competition, the political dynamic is just so even more complex, I would say, now for the EU than when I did those interviews. There's a lot to manage there, right? Yeah, on the question of how the Ukraine war is going to affect the players, well, you know, predicting the future is a hazardous business. Let me say what I hope will happen rather than what I think will happen. I hope that the EU does not switch dependence on Russia, does not switch away from that to dependence on the United States. I hope the EU takes this opportunity to really drive the renewable energy revolution. Now, at the moment, unfortunately, the stock market is telling us that coal shares have gone up everywhere, right? I mean, coal has made a monumental comeback. If you look at the value of coal companies around the world, you know, it's boom times for the coal industry. And, you know, obviously countries in the EU are talking about reactivating coal, and I assume the Germans are going to go down that path because they're in the business, you know, because of Merkel's decision and so on. And so at least in the short term, it's going to be a mixed picture in the EU. I think for the United States, the question is, does the US fracking industry see the European Union as a long-term bet, right? Because it's been very much affected by fluctuations in the price of oil. You know, the Saudis have been, the Saudis are cheaper producers than the fracking industry in the United States. And so the fracking industry has had to survive some pretty tough times when the Saudis have really, you know, dropped oil. So I think to some extent, the future will also be affected about how the US fracking industry reads what the EU is going to do and how they see the future. I think China, and this is a guess, I'm not basing this on anything other than a guess. I think China may well see the opportunity to turn Russia into a vassal state, because Russia will ultimately be excluded from both Western and US or North American markets. And I think the only place that Russia is going to be able to turn to is China. And I think China will turn Russia ultimately into a vassal state. So I think Putin's dreams of reinvigorating some glorious imperial past of Russia is fated actually to end very, very badly. So that's really how I see it. But as I say, these are really guesses.
Thank you very much.
So, although I said Peter would have the last word, I'm going to hand over to Min Jiang for a question.
Thank you, Chairman. Thanks, Peter. I'm very interested in your ideas, arguments, and I hope I have a chance to read the whole book. I have one comment. I think you made a good observation and into a lot of interviews about China's development in the last 40 decades. I noticed that for the beginning, you thought China, how to say, it's a I mean, in the beginning, China had a lot of lessons for the environment issue, because in the 1978, we take the opening and reforming policy. At that time, we can see the two consequences extremely. One is economic development. Economic growth so fast. The other one, we can see the lot of environmental problems. For example, the pollution, high pollution air, for water, even the land. So after that, we think about we need to balance the economic and development and the environment protection. So that's why you mentioned in your book. After that, there's one comment. I very appreciate your good observation in the, and also I have a same, how to say, almost the same question about in the last part, but your last part of conclusion. You mentioned why not US, why not EU, and why maybe China will become the global regulatory crafter. For that moment, I think the European Union has a global leadership in tackle dealing with climate change, because in the last maybe 20 years, EU made a great successful innovation on the decreased emission system, for example, EU training emission system. Also, we noticed that in the 3 years ago, the new European EU Commission has a very ambitious target to European Green Deal. In that strategy, European will become the carbon neutrality as the first one, carbon neutrality region in the world in the 2050. So in that, this kind of innovation, I would say the actions or strategies, I think now EU has the most important actor or player in the world, in the world climate governance. So very successful. For China, will always follow suit the EU and have got the lessons, the good lessons learned from Europe. That's my impression. Thank you for your book. I think we have a chance to read it. Thank you, Peter. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much for those very wide-ranging questions, which I'm sure we will come back to in greater detail over the next days also. Peter, I'm conscious that I've been a very poor chairperson and that we are now running rather late. So if I could ask you, unfortunately, to be relatively brief, not least because it's 7:30 in the evening in China. Australia, sorry.
Sorry, yeah. Yeah, look, thanks for those comments. I think one of the things I've learned on my visits to China is that China spends a lot of time studying models. So they're always looking for real world models to study and to analyze. And I think as the questions, the other questions reflected, there is a lot to learn from the European Union. And I completely agree with you. So it's not just experiments and models that are being tried in China, and no, those models and experiments have to come from somewhere. And the European Union is a rich source of learning, I think, for China. I think that's unquestionably correct.
Okay, so despite everything, we ended up on a positive sounding note here, and it was a fascinating presentation and a really rich discussion. And I'm sorry, Peter, that you're not here with us to join us for more of the workshop, but we really very much appreciate your intervention today. I can't imagine that the conference could have got off to a better start. So thank you very much, and also to all of those who intervened with questions. Have a nice evening, Peter.
Yeah, thanks, Joanne. I hope the air conditioning is working. See you.
Bearing up so far. Bye. Bye. For the rest of us, we have a coffee break now. I'm sorry I let us run over a little bit, but the questions were very interesting in the conversation. I thought it was sensible to do so. And we now have a coffee break that will take us through until 11:45. So 15 minutes, we'll see you back at 11:45, and hope the next chair people keep to better time than I have this morning. See you soon. Here we are again after our very interesting opening session with Peter Drahos from the European University Institute. And now we move on to our second session of the day. And we introduced earlier on the two speakers, Jose Maria Beneyto, excuse my pronunciation, and Jerónimo. And I understand that Jose Maria will speak for around 45 minutes, and then Jerónimo will comment on his presentation, and then we'll have a little bit of time for questions and discussion also. So Jose Maria, the floor is now yours.
Thank you very much, Joanne. And again, it is I'm very glad to be part of this workshop course. Finally, after so many obstacles and difficulties, and it shows that we were able together, the different institutions, the TEU San Pablo, the Institute of European Studies, European University Institute, and CAS, and University College London. It was not an easy path, but finally we managed to be here, and it is really thank you. Thanks to your collaboration and to your active support at any time that this is really possible. So I was asked to talk about more general topic than the one we just heard, although this was a great introduction to the many issues that are going to be discussed these days. More general comments, let's say, on the geopolitics, on the EU-China relation in general. So as you said, I will be speaking for about 40 to 45 minutes. I have chosen the old style kind of lecture more than slides or something in the direction. So I hope very much that you can hear me well and follow. And if that's not the case, please let me know if there is any difficulty in the understanding. So I have 4 points. My first point is a resilient pattern of partnership and competition. China's global influence has been advancing in recent times, even if the management of the pandemic, the support for Russia in the war against the Ukraine, and a mixed reaction to Chinese investments in the developing world may have lately tarnished this growing influence. As a general strategy, China is expanding its influence also on the EU by pursuing an active foreign security development and foreign trade policy. The Chinese state recognizes international organizations and uses them to advance its interests. China uses its support of science and culture to ensure that European societies acquire a positive perception of the People's Republic. A backlash of Chinese influence in the Western world, fueled by the mounting of the US-Chinese strategic confrontation, has made the Chinese government to refine its instruments of soft power penetration and cultural sway. China continues to be a vital partner for the EU when it comes to resolving global challenges such as climate change, shaping the international order, and further developing the WTO. Even after siding with President Putin on its war against Ukraine, partnership and competition with China will coexist side by side. However, the Russo-Ukrainian war may well be a turning point in world affairs and also in the relationship between the EU and China. As the EU's strategic compass of March this year has made clear, the return of war in Europe does compromise our capacity as Europeans to promote our vision and defend our interests. We experience the mounting of strategic competition and of ever more complex threats to European security. Interdependence has become conflictual, and symbolic power is being used in a coactive manner. Vaccines, data, and technological standards have been all of them transformed into instruments of political rivalry. Access to the high seas, to the ultraspace, and to the digital are subjected to a stronger competition. Russia has weaponized gas and oil against Europe, and the increasing instability is aggravated by climate change, which acts as a multiplier. The Russian aggression against a sovereign country in violation of most basic rules of international law has shown a determination without precedent on the side of NATO and EU partners. if there was ever a temptation by some European governments to interpret European strategic autonomy in a unilateralist direction, Putin's foolish military adventure has prompted a more unified union, finally fully aware of its extreme vulnerability in such central areas to Europe's survival as energy and defense. Another such vital challenge is technology. The transatlantic relation and the strengthened cooperation between the EU and NATO are being construed effectively as the European defense pillar. It needs indeed to be seen how the principles of inclusivity, reciprocity, and autonomy to decide that the EU's strategic compass, rather rhetorically, blandishes on behalf of the EU will be actionable in practice. Within this context, there is a growing consensus that traditional EU policy towards China, based on the separation between trade and economic matters on the one hand, and security and political matters on the other, needs to be reconsidered. The central questions of that policy, however, have become even more acute than before. On which issues it is worthwhile and necessary to pursue dialogue? Where is that red lines need to be drawn, and what should be the minimum common understanding about the contents of those red lines? And on which issues should governments seek to bring influence to bear on China together with like-minded partners? Come to my second point, can a policy of differentiation be maintained? Formally, the EU basis for EU-China relations is still the updated strategic outlook from March 2019, in which the PRC was viewed as a systemic rival, promoting alternative models of governance and an economic competitor in pursuit of technological leadership, but also as a negotiating partner with whom the EU needs to find a balanced interests and even a cooperation partner with whom the EU has literally, I quote, close aligned objectives. According to the strategic outlook, the EU strategy should then consist in, I quote, a flexible and pragmatic approach enabling a principled defense of interests and values, quote end. Accordingly, the tools and modalities of EU engagement with the PRC should also be differentiated depending on the issues and policies at stake. The EU should, I quote, use linkages across different policy areas and sectors in order to exert more leverage in pursuit of its objectives, quote end. Consequently, the EU should act vis-à-vis China based on clearly defined interests and principles, deepen its engagement with China to promote common interests at global level, and robustly seek more balanced and reciprocal conditions governing the economic relationship. To a certain extent, the peak of EU-China engagement came with the, in December 2020, concluded Investment Comprehensive Agreement. It was also Chancellor Merkel who at the time forcefully managed, as the pro tempore chairwoman of the Council, to bring through the agreement after 35 rounds of negotiations since 2013, when the EU-China summit decided to launch the talks. As if to graphically express the symbolism of the agreement reached, not only Chinese President Xi Jinping and the presidents of the three institutions, Ursula von der Leyen, Charles Michel, and Angela Merkel, but also French President Emmanuel Macron took part in the conclusion of the negotiations telematically. The agreement was hailed by EU authorities as a historic milestone in Europe's relations with China. It was to gain unprecedented access for European investors to the giant Chinese market, favoring the European trade equation and establishing a better balance between the two sides by limiting the power of action of Chinese state-owned enterprises, forcing greater transparency in state subsidies and providing for rules against the forced transfer of technology. For the first time, the PRC also agreed to include clauses incorporating the principles, value-based according to EU jargon, of sustainability, transparency, and non-discrimination, with binding commitments on the environment, climate change, and the fight against forced labor. Important concessions were made in the Comprehensive Investment Agreement on the EU side, especially with regard to Chinese companies' investment activity in Europe. It was also quite unclear how the agreement would fit in with a set of restrictive and supervisory rules adopted by the EU after 2016, and also with the national rules adopted in this regard. Much of what the agreement seemed to achieve in terms of market access, liberalization, and the other objectives pursued by the EU was furthermore circumscribed by the various exceptions and safeguard clauses that ran through the text of the agreement. There is no doubt, however, that both from an investment and trade point of view, especially in the services sector, as well as in terms of the geopolitical implications of the agreement, it was an important step. As it is well known, the investment agreement was suspended by the European Parliament as a reaction to the sanctions imposed by the Chinese government on a number of Euro-parliamentarians who had criticized PRC's policies towards the Uyghur minority in Xinjiang. This was precisely an example of what traditionally Chancellor Merkel and German policy with China at large had been more reluctant to accept, and they have been for decades tried strenuously to prevent, namely the politicization of economic and trade relationships with the Asian giant. Also, the April 2020 joint communiqué, EU-China Comprehensive Strategic Partnership for Mutual Benefit and Win-Win Cooperation, which superseded the initial EU-China Comprehensive Strategic Partnership document of 2003, had called for a differentiation of the relations with China according to specific areas. The question, of course, today is whether such policy differentiation, or at least some of its tenets, can be maintained in the near future after the geopolitical tensions that the EU-China relation is undergoing. In this regard, it is interesting to underscore that even NATO's new strategic concept, just recently approved in Madrid in June, was not willing to detach the West from China. It certainly showed a very critical assessment of the PRC's policies and stated its ambitions and policies as a challenge to the alliance's interests, securities, and values. It underlined the broad range of political, economic, and military tools that, according to NATO's assessment, the PRC employs to increase its global footprint and project power, while remaining opaque about its strategy, intentions, and military build-up. In particular, NATO's strategic concept stressed the goal of the Chinese leadership to control key technological and industrial sectors, critical infrastructure, and strategic materials and supply chains. The deepening strategic alliance between the PRC and the Russian Federation and the attempts to transform the rules-based international order were considered as running counter to the alliance's values and interests. However, NATO also emphasized to remain open to constructive engagements with the PRC leadership while safeguarding the alliance's security interests. Following this new alliance's strategic concept, EU-NATO strategic partnership will be enhanced by strengthening political consultation and increased cooperation on issues of common interest, such as military mobility, resilience, the impact of climate change on security, emerging and disruptive technologies, human security, the women, peace and security agenda, as well as countering cyber and hybrid threats, and addressing what is phrased in the document as the systemic challenges posed by the PRC to Euro-Atlantic security. Significantly, the EU strategic compass, as we know, published after the war in the Ukraine had started and the PRC's alignment in support of Putin was made evident, does not devote a specific chapter to China, which appears only on the sidelines. The document, inspired by High Representative Josep Borrell, limits itself to a general assertion which favors the continuation of the dialogue and consultations with China, where this is in the interest of the EU, especially on issues such as respect for the international law of the sea, peaceful settlement of disputes, and a rules-based international order and human rights. Come to my third point, areas in which cooperation is still possible. If we look briefly at the relation during the last 20 years, in the early 2000s, the EU believed that China would transition to an open and more liberal society based on respect for human rights, and that this change would be accelerated as a middle class emerged and expanded through enhanced trade and commerce. The EU further assumed that a focus on domestic priorities would make the emergence of China as a global player a gradual and long-term process, and that an emerging China would assimilate the system of rules that the EU itself promoted. At the same time, China saw the EU as a close trade and investment partner with which common economic interests were expected to spill over into a separate center of decision-making in a multipolar world. This idea was tempered by the belief that the European approach to international affairs would nevertheless emphasize collaborative tools to promote its interests, given the profile of the EU as a peace project and the major disagreement between important European countries and the USA over the use of force in the early 2000s. There is a common understanding today in European capitals that the EU was not capable to process the full implications of China's emergence, in particular when the PRC's new diplomatic assertiveness and its economic practices challenged existing norms and rules for a global governance. China, for its part, came to understand that the transatlantic community is extremely durable. The EU has increasingly turned to instruments such as sanctions and conditionality to promote its interests, and has asserted that more effective military cooperation is needed to play a proper role in global affairs. Quite importantly, the two sides remain committed to the strategic partnership, and this will continue to differentiate them from the USA. However, major divergences over human rights, foreign policy, and economic and political governance will continue to emerge between China and the EU, and at times this may impede cooperation in areas where the stated interests align. China and the EU will need to reassess areas in which cooperation is still possible, and it needs to be managed, and this cooperation needs to be managed wisely. Global sustainable development and the 2030 agenda present, for instance, opportunities for closer cooperation, including in third countries. There are still ways to partner up and deliver the significant resources needed to achieve the sustainable development goals. The dialogue between the EU and China and the search for synergies for the implementation of the SDGs in third countries should be maintained, with EU member states collectively being the largest contributor to the UN's peacekeeping budget and China the next largest after the EU, after the US, opportunities could still be identified to continue sharing operational experience in this area. On climate change, China, as we started to discuss in the previous lecture and previous talk, is at the same time the world's largest carbon emitter and the largest investor in renewable energy. The PRC was one of the main brokers of the Paris Agreement. China is a strategic partner in climate change and the clean energy transition, a producer of about 30% of global emissions. The EU-China partnership is essential for the success of global climate action, clean energy transitions efforts, and ocean governance. It should also still be possible to develop the cooperation in sustainable finance to channel private capital flows towards a more sustainable and climate neutral economy. China's participation in and support for the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action for Iran was a major factor in first securing the agreement and later in ensuring its full and effective implementation, and it was suspended by US President Donald Trump. Let's see how the negotiations will finally end, but China should not be completely left on the sides. The EU and China also coordinated approaches to counter piracy operations in the Gulf of Aden and off the Horn of Africa, thus significantly increasing security of shipping in those areas. China's role in addressing regional security challenges should not be obliterated. The RPC will also continue playing a decisive role in ensuring the denuclearization of North Korea or in other regional crisis scenarios such as Afghanistan. Even if the RPC and the EU do not sustain the same understanding of multilateralism and a rules-based international order, China has expressed its commitment to a fair and equitable global governance model. As a permanent member of the UN Security Council and a beneficiary of the multilateral system, China has a clear interest in maintaining world order and peace. No doubt, China is also instrumental to any solution to the war against Ukraine. It is the only power which can have a significant influence on Vladimir Putin, and the one, together with India, which is buying Russian oil and gas at a significant discount. The efforts of the EU leaders to convince the Chinese leadership to withdraw support to the Russian military special operation and to continue engaging in a political dialogue at the highest level should be pursued. In recent years, some further areas of bilateral cooperation have yielded positive fruits, such as the EU-China bilateral aviation safety agreements and the agreement on geographical indications. Also, tourism, people, and cultural changes should not fall prey to the increased pressures of the geopolitical situation. They are vital for not alienating the relationship. To the contrary, without a deeper mutual understanding, the cooperation will not be sustained in the long run. Investing in human resources and mutual knowledge can help reduce misplaced expectations and misinterpretations that impede a more mature bilateral relationship. Come to my fourth and last point. Does Europe matter to China? Does China matter to Europe? Let us first have a look at the reality of trade and investment figures. In 2018, the EU single market accounted for an average 66.1% of total exports of the 27 individual EU member states plus the UK, against an average of only 2.4% going to China. For member states and the UK, exports outside the single market, the share of exports to the US was on average 9.3 percentage points larger than those going to China. In 2019, the EU exported goods worth approximately 198 billion euros to China and imported goods worth 362 billion, with a combined value of bilateral trade of around 650 billion euros as compared to 1.1 trillion with the US, nearly double. China is still highly dependent on the European market for its exports. Europe is the #1 destination for Chinese exports. The investment figures are significantly lower. The stock of European countries' investment in China in 2017 was 176 billion euros, accounting for only 4% of overall European direct investment, while the stock of Chinese direct investment in the EU was 60 billion, corresponding to just 2% of the overall volume of investment in the EU. These figures are therefore very small compared to those for the US or other countries, Switzerland, for example. Traditional investor countries such as the US, Canada, Switzerland, Norway, Japan, and Australia continue to be, to a large extent, the largest investors in Europe, accounting for 8% of all foreign assets in the various sectors of the European economy. Chinese market particularly still only plays a minor role in the economy of the 12 distant EU states that are part of the 17+1 framework for cooperation with China. Exports to China only account for 1% the total exports, and Chinese investments has continued to flow mainly to Western Europe, neglecting the region. An average of 72.4% of these 12 countries' total exports go to the EU internal market. As it is well known, in Europe, Germany has the highest share of exports to China, 7.1% of its total exports, which is, however, only 17.8% of its exports outside the EU in 2018. German investment in China is also the highest in the EU. The Chinese markets, as it is well known, is particularly vital to German car makers. Volkswagen, for instance, generates almost half of its revenue in China. Germany's export markets are nevertheless highly diversified, with the EU single market accounting for 59% of German exports. These figures should help put the importance of the Chinese market for European economies in perspective and weaken the narrative that the PRC is a source of unlimited economic opportunities. They show also that the dependency may be more from China on the EU than the other way. The PRC needs the EU bloc economically and geopolitically in its competition with the US. Most likely, if Europe took more measures to promote economic sovereignty, China would adopt its own approach in order to continue profiting from good relations with the EU and its members. Quite tellingly, Beijing's approach tends to be ultimately rather pragmatic. Take the relationships of China with its East Asian neighbors. Beijing's East Asian neighbors depend much more strongly than European countries on China. Individually, the exports share from Japan or South Korea to the PRC are between 20 and 30%. Japan, South Korea, and also Taiwan have, however, used a different path than European countries when they had disputes with China in the past. They took measures to foster economic sovereignty in response to economic pressures from China, effectively limiting China's economic leverage instead of giving in. In specific cases, they were hit by economic retaliation, but economic ties between China and the three East Asian nations, including Taiwan, have remained stable. Maybe a fresh look at differentiation should also take into account the fact that the EU is China's most important trading partner and analyze the possibility that instead of being too accommodating, the EU should not forget that close economic ties run both ways. The EU is not forced, as China's East Asian neighbors are, to adopt a similar comprehensive approach that goes far beyond economic interest and factors in national security considerations, not least because of the proximity to the PRC, which they see as a strategic rival. Certainly, the securitization, or worse, weaponization of economic and commercial ties is not a good recipe for stability. But there may be more room for compartmentalizing the EU-China relation into areas of cooperation and competition. This could also be a follow-through deriving from differentiation. The China-EU relationship remains viable, and the cooperation is much needed, not least to facilitate economic recovery globally after the COVID-19 pandemic and while suffering the consequences of Putin's war. However, greater clarity in interests and objectives from both sides is also needed. So just in conclusion, maybe Europeans should become a bit more Chinese in their mindset, a bit more yin and yang. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Jose Maria, for that fabulously wide-ranging talk, and to Jerónimo for bravely agreeing to comment.
Thank you very much. More than just commenting, what I would like to do is to enter into a dialogue, deepening into some of the issues that you have been tackling. To start with, maybe we can have a look at economic relations and also have a look at the CAI, at the Comprehensive Agreement on Investment. My first question, Jose Maria, regarding the CAI will be, from an economic perspective, do you see that it is a timid step from China, or do you see it as ambitious? Do you think that it's a very important step forward, that the investments, European investments in China particularly, will have been much better off because of this agreement, or do you see that it is very timid and still there will be a great imbalance between China and the EU?
Well, thank you very much. I mean, the entire point is that, of course, the comprehensive agreement on investments lies in a limbo, and its possibilities to ever become a reality are, to my eyes, relatively slim. Also, with increased geopolitical tensions, this is going to be even more difficult. I see the Comprehensive Investment Agreement as really as I said, the peak of German and particularly Merkel policies of engagements through trade and commerce, and this was then taken up by the European institutions at a moment in which Chancellor Merkel was the chairwoman of the Council, probably in a positive political context for her, and really after having done the German diplomacy, all their efforts to get the agreement done. There was a lot of interest, of course, on the Chinese side as well. No? So it is, I think it was a big opportunity. No doubt that if you look into the details of the agreement, this was rather comprehensive. Of course, it was not a full trade and investment agreement like we may have had, or we have now with Canada or with other Western countries. But it was, I think, a great attempt to liberalize the Chinese market, to have instruments to tame a bit the influence of the SOEs, the state-owned enterprises in China. And there was an entire set of mechanisms foreseen in order to supervise the different conditions that had to be fulfilled by the Chinese government in order to get the goals of the agreement. Certainly, it wouldn't have been an easy task, but it created a great window of opportunity, and also of further transparency, further liberalization. Also the panels which were introduced for supervising the different chapters of the agreement. The fact that the Chinese government had accepted to sign the different UN conventions on forced labor. The fact that it had agreed introducing these new areas of what is called the new trading policy, environment, of course, but also corporate governance. It would have been not an easy task, but I don't think it was timid. As we can see, it was really above what the average of EU member states, and particularly EU institutions, were able to sustain. It was very, very quick. That the European Parliament, the criticisms started from the very beginning, accompanied the entire negotiations. It was only really this, forceful act of Merkel that made it possible. And as I see today, how things stand in the European Parliament and also within member states, with the support of China to Russia's war against the Ukraine, even if it has been, apparently not so explicit, but very, very, very clear behind the lines. Now also in terms of supporting exports of energy from Russia, and the strengthening of the alliance between Russia and China. This makes it much more difficult that the CAI, the Comprehensive Agreement investment, will have a life. I don't see it as timid. I see it as unfortunate that we are in this current situation, and it cannot be put into practice. I think it was a bold step, and as I said in my talk, we shouldn't get away, leave behind the strategy of differentiation. It needs to be rethought, it needs to be reconsidered, it needs to be more pragmatic and maybe more assertive on the side of the EU. But cooperation and competition are part of the game.
Thank you very much. Let me insist in some issues related to CAI. in particular to how to interpret the blockage to the ratification of the CAI. In our international conference last week, there were contradictory interpretations of what happened. And we have the ambassador, the Spanish ambassador, currently Deputy Director General for Asia at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, saying that the main reason for the blockage was that the sanctions imposed by China were disproportionate, and that of course they were disproportionate, and they were focusing directly to EP members, and that of course was clearly going to block the ratification of the agreement. And our counterpart from the director of the Institute for European Studies of the Chinese Academy of Social Sciences was of the view that the reaction of China was very, very quick when the European Parliament and the Union approved the sanctions. And if it was so quick, it was because this was already been talked between the two parties, and that in a way the union was the union knew what was going on, and they knew that if they adopted some sanctions, there would be that will be definitely the blockage of the CAI. I'm curious to know whether you feel more inclined to one of those interpretations or to the other. So that would be my first question, and the second one relates to the possibilities of unblock the CAI. I've seen your position, and it's very, very pessimistic. You see practically impossible that in the short, medium term, the CAI is unblocked. Yeah, I see that that there are some declarations of politicians, and I'm thinking even of declarations by Scholz, by Chancellor Scholz, which may be interpreted as, well, 2023 might be the year for changing this, and maybe to try to find a way to unblock this. On the other hand, we have Xi Jinping re-election soon. We have the anniversary of the party, and well, after that, do you think there is a window for maybe rethinking this possibility? Xi Jinping has also invited the prime ministers of the 4 main member states of the Union to Beijing. It seems that China will be in favor of reopening this possibility, of course, provided that the two parties agree on how to settle this, or how to a way out from the current blockage. What's your view of these two questions?
Well, I think that, possibly the positions on this point of different member states are quite diverging. And eventually, although let's see, because of course Germany's foreign policy is in a complete revamping, rethinking, reorientation. Let's see what it comes at the end of it, or along the lines of this rethinking. But it's very clear that there are possibly a majority of EU member states who are not very willing to, engage deeper with China through the investment agreement. There were all sorts of criticisms also during negotiations, in the sense that it was favoring China, and that the EU should have had, a stronger position in the negotiations. One never knows what happens in international negotiations, and let's see also how the war, the Russian war against the Ukraine ends finally, and what is the position that China is going to take there. But at this moment, I see it very, very difficult. What should the EU do? Well, I think, as I developed in my talk, I think it should be on the one hand strong, and on the other hand open to the negotiations. If there is a possibility to renegotiate the investment agreement, there were also some chapters of it which were not finalized, which were still open to negotiation. Certainly, the EU should, go for it. I think this is in its interest of the EU. But the current, context is certainly not favorable to that.
Yes, I remember when we started this project, and the scenario, the international scenario then was much more favorable to cooperation between the EU and China. And there's no doubt that if we compare the situation now, there is less room for a positive agenda. There are much more difficulties for that positive agenda. We have the blockage of the ratification of the CAI. We have human rights, Hong Kong, Taiwan, some certain issues in the Chinese Sea, and of course the Ukraine war. And all this is certainly affecting the relationship, making more difficult to have this positive agenda. Although, as you mentioned, and as we can see also by the political pronouncements of European leaders and diplomats, all agree that we still have to cooperate, that there is still room for cooperation, and that we have to foster that cooperation, not only to let the dialogue open, but to positively foster that cooperation, at least in certain areas. So, linking this, I will put you two more questions. The first one is, you've been written about the Ukraine war and the impact of the Ukraine war in the international scenario. Could you as well a bit elaborate on what you think is the impact of that in particularly the EU-China relations? And the second question will be, well, we have this political tension, more difficulties to cooperate, but at the same time, an agreement, a consensus that there are areas in which cooperation is much needed. Like, for example, and it's possible, like, for example, climate change, or, for example, food security at global level, or for example, also issues related to the pandemic and public health. So we even have new areas in which cooperation is needed. What is difficult is, can we do that cooperation with this scenario of more difficulties? Do you see that this is possible, or do you think that we will be able to be, let's say, pragmatic to do it, or do you think this will be very difficult at the very end, and the difficulties on the political side will block developments in those areas in which cooperation seems to be much needed?
Well, I will be very much interested in knowing what our colleagues from CAS think about all of these. You know, we need to listen to them and see how their perceptions are. But certainly the path is narrower now than it used to be, but it doesn't mean that it is completely closed. And the EU needs to look for all possible areas of cooperation and develop them as much as it can. It is clear that the increased confrontation between China and the US affects EU-China relations as well. I mean, NATO closeness now, and also I think the closer relationship between the EU and NATO will be a factor here, no doubt. But we need to have a better knowledge also of what's going on with China, and I think that in the US is quite a relatively high knowledge about what's going on in China, but I think less even than what China knows about what's going on in the US and in Europe. But this is getting more and more polarized in terms of of the perspectives and the perceptions, and it is being securitized very strongly in many of the opinions. That's the position of the US. The EU should have its own position in relation to China, but of course it needs also to keep the alliance with the US and with NATO very, very close. So that's going to be a difficult yin and yang the side of the Europeans. Now, China is also, as I see it, not monolithic, and as Peter was saying before, there is a permanent, ongoing also reassessment and assessment of the geopolitical moves. I think that the goals of the Chinese leadership are quite clear, and they go not in the direction of letting the West continue occupying the positions that it had until now in the world order in general. And the EU has to play here this, tango dance, which is certainly very, very difficult. But I agree. I mean, we need to look for areas in which the cooperation is possible. I outlined some of them, just some examples. You spoke about food security. Global health. I am very sad. I am very sad that it was not possible during the pandemic to develop a closer cooperation between China and the EU, or China and the West at large. Also during the last months in which China suffered again from the pandemic. I think that in terms of vaccination, that would have been a good opportunity for a stronger cooperation. But I understand that probably both sides didn't have, an interest in pursuing this path, which would have been, certainly a way of a stronger tying together in an area which affects citizens so directly. But I may be too utopian in the possibilities of the cooperation concerning global health. In this scenario, that there would have been, a cooperation concerning the transfer of vaccines, which didn't happen.
Thank you very much. I give back the floor to the chairman, so that maybe you want to also give your opinion about some of the issues, or probably Professor Tan as well.
I think we should indeed start with Professor Chang online. If you would like to intervene, the floor is now yours. Yeah.
Thank you, Professor. I enjoyed the presentation of Professor Beneyto, and also listen to the discussion. Very interesting dialogues between the Jerónimo and Beneyto. I agree that in the last 3 years, maybe 4 years, now China and EU have a very difficult period. It's a lot of I think there are a lot of negative or influence or factors. Just Jerónimo mentioned also that Professor Beneyto also said the US and China confrontation, the bad relations will have a negative impact to the EU-China relations. My question is also, Professor Beneyto, you mentioned in 2019, EU redefinition the adjust the law, the relations between the China and EU. We call the four partners. Economic competition, also the negotiation partner, and the systematic rival. So my question is, why does the EU regard China as a future threat for the EU law in the world order? That's the first question. Why? Also, it means that the US have a more influence on EU or or West, because there are something related to the ideological way of thinking, because between the West and China and the West normally use a different system, so they call the systematic rival. I'm not sure it's right, or am my understanding is right or not? the second question. The third, I totally agree. The Jerónimo said, even now we are suffer a very difficult period of relations, but we still less room for cooperation, but we still can push the cooperation, EU-China cooperation, in the different ways. For example, in some areas, the climate change, green energy transition system, and also renewable innovation, a joint renewable innovation researcher. There are also the fascination, maybe healthcare, and now because quite China and the EU, we have a different, how to say, control pandemic. What we call the zero strategy. So it's quite it's not easy to back to the normal life soon. So I think now the situation is better than before, because every day and a few cases confirmed. So I hope the life here will become normal soon, and we have more cooperation academically now online. In the future, we can face to face to exchange views. I hope next year it's a very important year. China and Spain, I know, will have a 50 anniversary diplomatic ceremony. Also, the new delegation leader is from Spain, so that's how to say, it's very important occasion for us to more cooperation. It's my comment, brief comment. Thank you. I enjoy a lot for your presentation, Professor Beneyto. I haven't seen you for a long time because 2019 we have we have winter school in Beijing, also several international conference. But at that time, yeah, we are missing. We're lost. We haven't meet each other. So very happy to see you today. Chairman, thank you.
Thank you, Min, if I may call you Min. So I think we will ask Jerónimo to say a few words if he wishes, and then give the final word to Jose Maria, unless there's somebody in the room or online who would like to ask a further question. So we're going to take one more question before we do that. Please go ahead.
Should I ask my question now? Sure. Okay. There was a couple of things that I was interested in. One is when you're talking about the CAI, I noticed that certain of the issues that are being discussed in the CAI, things that the EU wants from China, for example, on forced labor, on state-owned enterprises and so on, that they overlap with general issues that are raised also by the Japanese, by the Americans, about China, that, for example, in discussions of WTO reform and in other venues. So I was wondering to what extent the CAI, if it was implemented, would help to address these problems for these other partners, that they would create changes in China that would address issues for example, the Americans and Japanese, or whether they're very strictly targeted at helping European investors in China or Chinese investment in Europe. And the second question I had is broader. You were talking about that the China-EU relationship is still viable, but you're also saying that you had greater polarization between China and the US, and it seems to me that you have a historical change where maybe from the mid-90s until about 2008 was a high point of constructive engagement, that since that point tensions have been steadily increasing, maybe even more so in the last 5 or 6 years. But now you have a situation where China is experiencing some of the greatest economic challenges that it's faced in a long time. I think probably the Ukraine war is a big challenge for the BRI. So I'm wondering if you think that there is more potential for Chinese movement at this time, a swing of the pendulum perhaps back towards engagement and away from confrontation on the Chinese side. Would you see, a better hope for that right at the moment?
Okay, so I'm continuing my tradition of being a poor chairperson because it is now 4 minutes to 1 and we do have to finish at 1 o'clock. So I'm going to ask Jerónimo and José María to be very, very brief in their final responses to these interesting questions and comments, and we will have opportunities later to continue the discussion.
Very briefly, just what I let the answer for José María. What I can conclude is that we were living in very, very interesting times, maybe sometimes too interesting, I will say. And I take this idea of José María of the tango dance, which I think is a very good one. We have to dance this tango, and it's very difficult. And what I will let us a question is whether we are prepared as European Union to dance that tango.
Thank you, Jerónimo, for that image, which I now have in my mind. José María.
So with this Argentinian tune, which is quite close to us as Spaniards, I also follow on these lines that Jerónimo was just mentioning now. Now, first of all, thank you very much for all questions, and I would like particularly to thank again Professor Min Chang. Indeed, we had a wonderful time, and we enjoyed the hospitality of our Chinese colleagues several times. We have been working over quite a number of years, very successfully in our different projects. And it's a pity that the pandemic in particular made it more difficult, that we have to see each other and to enjoy also the collegiality that we have. So I hope very much that this changes in the near future. Now to your questions, why systemic rivalry? Well, what the EU thinks is that China, which could have gone a path, if not completely, into the established world order, or established, let's say, frame that has been created after the Second World War, and that certainly is driven by the US, there was a possibility, I think, that China would have looked for its own place in a negotiation with the US, and acquiring, step by step, the position that it deserves in the global arena, in world politics. But the perception, as you know, on the West and also from the EU in this document, which continues to be still the formal strategic document 2019, is first differentiation. So as we were discussing, areas of cooperation, areas of competition, areas in which we have to negotiate, and then some red lines. Why red lines? Why systemic rivalry? Because it is thought that China wants to pursue its own, model of world order, which differs fundamentally from what, let's say, the international order has been since the Second World War. So this is the reason. As I said in my talk, I am against the just one single unilateral comprehensive view which securitizes everything. I think that we should pursue the differentiation path, and at the same time, there are issues in which clearly the Europeans, the EU, diverges from China. It will have to have a strong position, and I think that this is going to be accepted by the Chinese counterparts, the same as the Chinese government and Chinese foreign policy plays strong their cards. This is part of the game. My point is that it should be an ongoing game in which all these different areas are possible. So systemic rivalry, because China is being seen now as something different than it was, 5 years ago, and the Ukraine war has not helped in this regard. The second point is whether this is ideological. Well, certainly there is an ideological basis to that. I think very often the Chinese side speaks of a more pragmatic way of looking at things, but at the same time, without taking maybe necessarily an ideological point of view, it defends more assertively its own view, its own positions. Sometimes, as we have seen, unfortunately, not fully respecting what is considered to be international law, for instance, law C. So this is one point in which certainly there are differences, and they need to be, in constant dialogue and try to find, as possible, a peaceful settlement.
Jose Maria,
Yes.
I'm very sorry to cut you short, but I'm going to have to, because there are some members of staff in the room who need a lunch break before we come back. So if I could ask you just to be very brief.
Sure.
Thank you.
Just 1 minute. So, cooperation in energy transition, in renewable innovation, in academic areas, certainly, completely for it. Spain, well, next year, indeed, the second semester will be a Spanish presidency. 50 years of diplomatic relations. It is an opportunity. We're working on that, and we certainly welcome, any ways, any paths of cooperation that you may also think are possible. As relates the two other questions which were made, I think indeed that the CAI was an opportunity to achieve structural benefits, because it really went into the issue of the SOEs. It went into, liberalization, further liberalization of services in particular. It went into structural issues, which would have benefited also other countries. I mean, it was an engagement that the Chinese government accepted for a slow transformation, at least in the agreement, of basic areas of Chinese economy. In that regard, it was a big opportunity, and hopefully it will be again. Whether the economic challenges China is facing now will help to open the dialogue with Europe, very much will depend, I think, on what happens with the consequences of the Ukrainian war, how this ends, and how, economically the world is being affected, Europe and China and the US. But the fact that there is a certain weakening of the strong economic position of China may be a card which enters into the entire negotiating possibilities. And finally, I think Jerónimo was again talking about the KAI. Well, very much will depend on whether China, maintains its growth rates. This is very important for the rest of the world, but it's also very important domestically. And of course, China has at the end of this year a very important decision politically to take concerning the re-election of Xi Jinping. So also for China is a very, very decisive year. And just a final word, I agree with Peter when he was saying before that the entire situation we're witnessing now ends with a particular bad situation for Russia. And the big issue to be discussed is the relationship between Russia and China, and whether this is going to mean in the short, medium term, a kind of vassalage from Russia, and China. This is, I think, a very important and relevant question. Thank you very much for your attention.
Welcome back. We have this third panel in which we will be discussing about how do we see each other, how China sees the EU and how the EU sees China. And of course, the idea is that if we understand better the perspectives of each of the partners, cooperation will be easier. Understanding, maintaining the dialogue and understanding each other is always, I think, positive to know to what extent we can cooperate, how we can cooperate, and to avoid misunderstandings. So for this panel, we will have Richard McMahon from the University College London, and we have Linda Basile from University of Siena. Richard, you have the floor for the first intervention.
Okay. Thanks very much to Jerónimo for inviting me to the summer school. Today I'm going to be talking about a European narrative about Europe's place in the world. So this is the European sovereignty narrative. I'm going to argue that this is a narrative that is welcomed largely in China, and I think that it's welcomed because of China's own narratives about its place in the world and about Europe's role in that. I'm also going to suggest that China's interpretation of this European narrative might be mistaken to some extent. We're talking today about narratives, and psychological research suggests that narratives, the stories that we tell, that are told within societies and generally accepted within societies, that they're very powerful in constructing who we think we are, how we're supposed to relate to others. That rational choice economists and political scientists are very good at explaining how people achieve the goals, their interests. But these stories, these narratives are very important in establishing what we consider important, so therefore what our goals are. And as society changes, our narratives also change in response to that. In politics, narratives have always been extremely important, whether these political myths, for example. In my own research, I emphasize the relational aspect of them. So here we've got a situation where people in Europe construct their identity as Europeans. But that's connected then to how we construct our role in the world, how we construct how we're supposed to relate to others, and therefore how we imagine those others, including the Chinese, are. And the same process is going on the Chinese side. These identity narratives connected with geopolitical narratives. And these two countries interact with one another in global politics, and that creates some of the changes that affect our own geopolitical narratives and our own identity narratives. So in other words, what you have is a conversation in which we both affect one another. At least that's what I'm inclined to argue. For this particular presentation, the empirical basis is some ongoing research that I'm doing into the top-cited academic works by Chinese scholars where they're talking about the EU and its connection with the international governance of climate, trade, and investment. Top-cited in Google Scholar, the largest Western database of academic work, and CNKI, or Zhiwang, the Chinese equivalent. I would argue that looking at what the academics say gives us a certain insight into the policy-making debate among Chinese officials within the Communist Party. It's a very closed system. It's designed to be opaque. And so therefore, scholars like me look at the media, look at academics, look at public opinion to get a sense of what this debate might be. The case for using academics for this is based on, first of all, that there are parameters in this society of what can and cannot be written in academic work. And those parameters give us a sense of maybe the overall, the content of the debate that's going on internally, also within officialdom. The academics, at least to an extent, also have the same socialization, the same education as the officials. So this is another reason why maybe the academics would be useful. And then the final one is that the academics are used as a resource by the Communist Party. There's various channels such as think tanks where their advice is canvassed. So academics have an opportunity perhaps to influence official policy. I'll start with an incident that we've discussed already, but from a slightly different angle. So it's the presidential transition in the US from Trump to Biden, a period of a few months, and right in that period it's not the most harmonious transition, but one point on which the two parties, the Democrats and the Republicans, tended to agree was on a China threat narrative, which has been intensifying for the last at least a decade, perhaps more, in the US. The idea that China is an existential threat to America's global leadership, perhaps even to liberal democracy and the global governance system that's based on it. And China and the EU choose exactly this moment of maximum distraction of the Americans to sign the Comprehensive Agreement on Investment, or CAI, that we discussed in the last panel. Now, it collapses, again, as was discussed in the last panel, within a few months. The Westerners, including the EU, sanction a number of officials that they accuse of being involved in the repression of the Uyghur ethnic group in Xinjiang province. And in return, the Chinese sanction a number of members of the European Parliament. The European Parliament freezes the ratification of the CAI. Maybe that's the end of the CAI. Maybe Olaf Scholz is going to revive it. Who knows? I argue that in this incident, we see two of the competing narratives about the relationship between the West and China. Either confrontation in a new Cold War, or perhaps exemplified by the actual signing of the CAI, constructive engagement. I'm making the argument that from a Chinese perspective, the West is not the West, it's America and Europe, and they are different. And that the Chinese imagine the EU as a potential partner to create a multipolar world. I think this is a very important Chinese narrative about the EU. This multipolar partner narrative will have an impact, I think, on how the idea of European sovereignty is received in China. It already has had that impact. The development of European sovereignty, whether it turns against America, as a Chinese hope, or against China, will in turn, I expect, have an important impact on the multipolar narrative, multipolar partner narrative, and then influence whether China turns more towards a new Cold War or constructive engagement approaches to the West. Let's go through those narratives in turn. The new Cold War idea, although it incorporates a Western China threat idea, it is a Chinese narrative. It says that a declining United States, desperate to maintain its dominance over the world, and particularly over its Western allies, has conjured up an ideological struggle between democracy and dictatorship and divided the world in two. It uses this to justify military interventions around the world and interfering in the internal affairs of countries to spark color revolutions, the Orange Revolution in Ukraine, the Arab Spring. From a Chinese perspective, this is completely invented. This is not the way the world works. The world is really just a collection of diverse powers, each of which have their own specific histories and civilizations, which have led them to different political systems, all of which are equally valid. One of the academics that I've read, the Chinese academics, Pan Zhongxi, he's developed this, he stresses this idea of conceptual gaps, and particularly on human rights and democracy. He says these differences are actually a good thing. They contribute to world diversity on the model of biodiversity, and that they can be managed. These value differences, and that could be positive. He also says that in the EU, the EU has purposely cultivated its connection with human rights and democracy in its identity in order to build a European identity for instrumental reasons in the European integration process. And that's probably true. However, what Pan's argument doesn't recognize is that these values have been internalized very strongly by European elites, by Europeans in general, but particularly by the elites. And therefore, the policies, the repression, the authoritarianism, the belligerence of particularly the Xi Jinping government in the last 10 years, have repulsed Europeans. There's been a strong emotional reaction to this. And so we're talking about the CAI. I think this is an element which is very strong in the European Parliament's refusal to ratify the CAI. As a result of this, between these incompatible approaches to the world, over the last decade or so, relations have gotten steadily worse between the EU and China until you get this labeling of China officially as a systemic rival promoting alternative models of governance. And COVID seems to represent a low point in this relationship. The Chinese went out of their way to use the crisis to develop their soft power, to persuade the Europeans that China could be a good partner. But I think it has strongly backfired. That the Chinese are accused widely in Europe of propaganda, of disinformation, even by Commission President Ursula von der Leyen, of cyber attacks, as well as questions about the quality of the PPE that was delivered. This feeds into a larger difficulty in the relationship, a feeling in Europe that China is waging a Cold War, picking off countries one by one. From a Chinese perspective, Lithuania, when it allowed the Taiwanese to open up a representative office in Lithuania under a name that seemed to challenge China's policy on Taiwan, China imposed trade sanctions unofficially, but it's clear that they did. And from a European perspective, this was bullying China coming in, and that the EU had to protect its member states from this picking off one by one, which they also accused China of doing in, for example, commercial talks. So the EU referred China to the World Trade Organization on Lithuania, and has now proposed an anti-coercion instrument specifically to deal with these kind of incidents. One thing that the Chinese authors that I'm reading often point out is that the EU and China they're not confronting one another geopolitically like the US and China do on the Pacific, where the EU as a Pacific power projecting its power right up to the frontiers of China. However, even this advantage is being eroded by the Belt and Road Initiative. So it's a Chinese initiative, a diplomatic and investment initiative right across Eurasia, now other parts of the world, but starting out in Eurasia. So this sphere between China and the EU, bringing China directly to the borders of the EU. She, in a speech, even said that it made the EU and China neighbours in a certain way. And here the worry on the EU side is that this is a form of geopolitical expansionism. There's a common view in Europe that China has a Hobbesian view of power, an IR realist view, where it is a dog-eat-dog world where each power has to compete against the other. And not only that, there's also competition for values. And these two things are particularly sensitive in Central and Eastern Europe, where China has a 16+1 initiative, it's called, with 16 countries in the region as connected with the BRI. Here, the Europeans feel that the Chinese are undermining their own foreign policy right in their neighborhood. One accusation, an accusation leveled at the BRI more widely, whether true or not, is that China is lending money in order to trap weaker countries in debt so that China can get some geopolitical advantage. Montenegro is used as a case for that. Rule of law is another area where the EU is trying to promote in this region, and where BRI investments again in Montenegro, creating environmental damage, stimulating corruption that the EU is trying to combat in those areas. And then, perhaps most importantly, undermining the EU's efforts to promote democracy in this region by giving loans to pro-Putin autocrats like Viktor Orban in Hungary and Alexander Vucic in Serbia. This poster on the right is an example of the kind of pro-Chinese propaganda that you can see in, it says, thanks Big Brother Xi for COVID aid. And on the left, you can see on the left-hand graph curve, you can see that China is seen by most Serbians as the main aid donor to Serbia. On the right-hand graph, you can see that actually the EU is by far the biggest aid donor. And it's because, the argument is because of this engagement, the Chinese propaganda being supported by local autocrats, and therefore supporting those autocrats. The constructive engagement narrative I would see as coming initially more from the Western side, That the idea here is that China, starting off in the 1970s, impoverished, totalitarian, isolated from the world and very hostile towards it, and that the West, the EU in particular, was helping China to come out of this, helping it to engage with the world commercially through trade, involving globalization, but also in global governance. That China is being encouraged to become part of global governance and to comply with the institutions of global governance. That the West and the EU were encouraging liberalization, economic liberalization, but also the hope was that this would turn into political liberalization as well, and social liberalization. In the articles that I'm reading, the Chinese work that I'm reading, there is definitely a very, very positive take on globalization. So one author is saying that China benefited from globalization, and especially the very beautiful takeoff of trade. Some of the work that I'm looking at is reports on opinion surveys, and these too favor globalization, trade, the World Trade Organization. And it makes sense because it's in this first decade of the 21st century where China's economic growth is really rapidly increasing. Is the same period in when China's economy is turning towards exports, becoming an export-centered economy. In the previous American presidential transition, 3 days before Trump came to power, the leader of China's Communist Party, Xi, comes to the Davos meeting of the World Economic Forum, where the capitalist billionaires of the world gather, and he presented China as a champion of globalization and multilateralism and opposed to a new Cold War, unlike other people that he didn't mention by name. Even the most Eurocentric, white savior elements of the constructive engagement narrative are received and repeated by the Chinese sources that I'm reading, and particularly from the scholars who are studying the environment and climate policy. So they're saying things like China should learn from the EU's advanced experience, including in the space environment, where the EU is seen as a primary actor. Science, EU is a scientific superpower leading the field and a vital knowledge transfer source for China. And again, the opinion poll work that I'm seeing among this academic work repeats this idea of Europe to be learned from. This positive representation of Europe, I think it comes to an important extent from the multipolar partner narrative. Whereas in a lot of European work, a lot of Western work, the Chinese are seen as trying to divide and conquer, divide and rule, pick off member states one by one. Chinese scholars are extremely strongly in favor of the EU as being a united, deeply integrated, strong global power that can be a friend of China. And you can see here in this a newspaper cartoon seems to be echoed, the same narrative seems to be echoed in the press. I see this coming from the core Chinese Communist Party narrative about Chinese history, where in 1949, by establishing the People's Republic, China stood up after a century of humiliation at the hands of the Western colonial powers and Japan. That this does not mean that China wanted to destroy or eliminate this concert of powers that ruled the world, of great powers. It wanted to join them, to become one of those powers, restoring its natural place as a great civilization. Therefore, since the end of the Cold War, the key aim of China has been to end the US unipolar hegemony. And that's the phrase, it's a standard phrase that's used for this. To quote the South China Morning Post, warmongering US will have to accept a new world order with China, Russia, and the EU alongside. In this, therefore, Europe and China should be friends. This is what you see in the scholars I've studied. I've also seen this idea in academic work on the media, the general public, and of official opinion. especially in some of the earlier works, you get this represented in terms of a kind of a realist geopolitical physics, where when you have a declining hegemony, the rising powers, Europe and China, will almost automatically ally with one another. So it makes sense from that perspective. And it also makes sense that Washington would be the enemy of Europe, trying to keep Europe down, trying to keep it as a satellite, and using NATO as its instrument to do so. So this, I think, explains why the reception of European sovereignty in China was so positive, and especially if we're talking about the strategic autonomy, that type of sovereignty that Emmanuel Macron started developing from 2019 onwards. Particularly attractive to China is that Macron was putting an emphasis on the ability of Europe to autonomously defend itself and project its military power beyond its borders. The reason why this is attractive to China is because those are the jobs of NATO. So it presents a direct challenge to NATO's role here. There's a really cool Global Times, it's a Chinese nationalist newspaper article that traces this French tradition back to de Gaulle, where de Gaulle is developing, using Europe as an Archimedes lever to leverage French power, to turn France into a global power to rival the two superpowers, the US and the Soviet Union of the day. And this connected also with de Gaulle's antipathy towards the Americans and to NATO. He wanted Europe to replace them, to do this autonomously. And the Chinese can point to plenty of tensions, especially under the last two Republican presidents, in geopolitical terms, the Iraq invasion, Trump's trade war against the EU, and this is particularly important for climate, the opposition of Republicans to multilateral global governance, withdrawing from the two main climate treaties of the past 30 years, as well as from other multilateral global governance institutions. However, there's also a certain feeling of abandonment by the Americans during Democrat presidency. It's Barack Obama who emphasized the idea of a pivot to East Asia, where America, rather than focusing on protecting Europe, would, at least that was the implication the Europeans understood, would focus on the Chinese threat in Asia. And Biden, by selling out the French on a submarine deal with Australia, it should be 2021, not 2012, similarly continued this feeling that even the Democrats were not prepared to defend Europe. All of that is very positive from a Chinese perspective. However, since Olaf Scholz came to power at the end of last year, there has been a shift from autonomy, from strategic autonomy to European sovereignty. And this reflects to some extent the more Atlanticist position of Germany. It broadens out the area that sovereignty is about. So it's not just military, it's also economic sovereignty, regulatory sovereignty, technological, digital and data sovereignty, for example. And whereas the Chinese had very little to fear from the idea of Europe that could project its military power outside, because it wasn't projecting its power anywhere near the Pacific, anywhere near China. These areas of the economics, technological, commerce and so on are precisely the areas where Europe interacts with China, and therefore, whereas strategic autonomy was autonomy from the US, European sovereignty is sovereignty a sovereignty that is threatened also by China. So, and you can see this in the issue areas that I've looked at. Back in 2012, the EU tried to include airlines, foreign airlines flying in and out of the EU into its emissions trading system. And it was China and the US that came together to defeat that. One of the authors that I read, the Chinese author, said it caused great controversy all over the world. They didn't like it. And now, again, now that the EU is introducing or proposing a carbon border adjustment mechanism, a tax on imports into the EU that don't already have carbon emissions priced in, it's China and the US again complaining. The Chinese scholars that I'm reading, they complain about the arms embargo on China since the Tiananmen Square massacre. They complain that that the EU is not giving China market economy status within the EU, which allows the Europeans to impose unfair, discriminatory anti-dumping measures. And then on the EU side, there's an increasing consensus that from firms and governments that China is backsliding on its EU commitments on trade, with higher tariff and non-tariff barriers, low standards on the environment, labour and legal protections, state support for China's enterprise, and particularly for the state-owned enterprise sector, which is enormous and therefore has a strong effect on international trade. The EU, along with the US and Japan, are discussing reforms to the WTO that specifically target China's trade practices. And this is a very complicated area because there are also areas like, for example, the Geneva package or a new agreement on an interim dispute regulation system within the WTO, where China and the EU are cooperating. But there does seem to be an anti-China move on trade within the WTO. Even when Trump launched simultaneous trade wars against both China and the EU, and China launched a charm offensive on the EU, trying to persuade the EU to work together against America, even offering WTO reform. Nevertheless, the Europeans reach a separate deal with Trump. And then the next year, they label China an economic competitor in pursuit of technological leadership. In the investment area also, EU criticism has been building, especially in the 2010s, as Chinese investment in Europe outpaced European investment in China, as you can see on the graph here. The accusations have been similar as on trade: systematic Chinese manipulation in order to achieve their political goals rather than for economic reasons. So an unfairness between Chinese investments in Europe and the restrictions imposed on European investments on China, attempts to get technology, the use of debt trap diplomacy for example, in investments in ports. If you see on the right-hand map here, investments in a string of ports all around Europe. So a lot of criticisms in this area as well. As a result, you see a move to squeeze China out of investment. And you see in the graph on the right here, there's been a sharp decline in recent years in the size of Chinese investment in Europe, not solely due to these reactions, but partly due to them. A key example of this is Huawei. The idea that Chinese firms should help build 5G mobile infrastructure was once uncontroversial, but suddenly became controversial. And there was EU coordination of the effort to squeeze Huawei out in several EU countries. And the EU then introduced a new investment screening mechanisms specifically designed to focus on Chinese firms that might cause a security risk for the reasons we've discussed. And of course, we've got the CAI, an investment treaty, which was frozen. So, what is the state of these narratives? The new Cold War, even though it's an accusation that the Chinese have made against the West, and there is a China threat element to that, at the same time, the Chinese have and could, to a greater extent, take on elements of this understanding of the world of them against us, with the them being the West as a whole. At the same time, and the support for the rhetorical support of the Chinese for Putin during his invasion of Ukraine would seem to suggest that this is the direction we're going. But then again, China has tried to emphasize its neutrality. And for example, it appears to be respecting the sanctions on Russia in practice, if not rhetorically. And the signing of the Kai itself was a sign of a continued openness to constructive engagement, and perhaps China's economic difficulties very recently, COVID lockdowns and so on, might encourage China to move towards constructive engagement. Its choice between these two paths, I think, would be heavily influenced by the multipolar partner narrative, whether it engages with the EU, and might do so separately with America. That China is continuously looking, as I said, for falling out between the Europeans and Americans, expecting that, hoping for that. While you have some of the authors that I'm reading, well, they express these sentiments, but then other authors that I'm reading, Chinese authors, criticize this as wishful thinking. So how much more wishful thinking and disappointed wishful thinking can the multipolar partner narrative survive? And here, I think European sovereignty might be crucial, depending on whether European sovereignty is directed against China or against the US, will make a big difference to how to the future of China's multipolar partner narrative, and therefore to its choice between constructive engagement and a new Cold War. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Richard, for this very, very interesting presentation. We are going to move forward to Linda Basile, and then we will have time for common discussion, questions and answers, and also comments of the two panelists on their presentations. So, Linda.
Yes, now I share the screen. Okay. Can you see my screen now?
Yes, we can see it.
Perfect. So, first of all, thank you for the invitation. And actually, this is the result of a joint work between myself, Professor Pierangelo Iserni, and my colleague Sergio Martini at the University of Siena. And actually, for us, it is probably the first chance that we have to present fresh new data from the Volkswagen, from a project which was funded by the Volkswagen Foundation. So we are very happy to have this opportunity to show for the first time what public opinion think about this new global order, this relationship between the EU-China and the United States. To some extent, it seems kind of a triangle, probably, in which the EU seems to be caught in the middle. So what we know is probably a lot about what the elite thinks, what the leaders think, but what actually citizens think about this triangle, which is going to shape the global order in the next years. So, first of all, a little bit of framework of the situation. And the framework is also important because we need to set the data. The data were collected and the surveys were carried out in 2020, 2021. So we were at the end of Trump's presidency. So this was a period of rising tensions, and it has been also mentioned in the presentation before, rising tensions between the USA and China, which have been heightened by the COVID-19, of course. We don't know that much about, we know the tendencies of the Biden's presidencies, but of course there have been strained relations after Trump's presidency. But also we move in a completely changed global order. We were mentioning in the presentation before the Cold War, but now what is different from the Cold War is actually the context of global interdependency, and as it was mentioned before, it is a digital, military, economic, financial interdependency across the world. At the same time, there is a China's rising assertiveness in the Asia-Pacific region, which is going to worry also the other countries. China's increasing military power, and probably there is always this question whether we are going towards to see the strap, so a rivalry for global hegemony between the USA and China. And where the EU stands in between and between these two powers. Well, this is a very tricky situation for the European Union, because on the one hand, the European Union has to stick to its values. Of course, the European Union has usually flags these European values of democracy against the authoritarianism and so on and so forth. At the same time, it has to confront with China, which is authoritarian, and also a system in which sometimes the economic development is at the expense of fair rules. On the other hand, the European Union has to take into account its own interests. There are the interests of the strategic partnership with Washington, the role and also the military strategic partnership within the NATO and so on and so forth. At the same time, there are the interests and the economic interests because of the Chinese economic development, although while controlling unfair competition. So we can say that European Union position is not so easy in this changing global order. So where does the EU stand? And how does the EU can choose its own path without being caught in the US-China rivalry? This delicate balance. So we see here, I took a conversation, let's say, let's say a statement by Joseph Borrell, High Representative of the European Union for Foreign Affairs and Security Policy of 2 years ago, but I think it tells something also to the present situation. I extracted the key points of this statement. First of all, he pointed out that the European Union needs to find the right balance between the USA and China, but the European Union needs to keep an eye on the US domestic policy, because the tensions and the relationship between these two powers always depends on who is in power in Washington. And the European Union has to deal with these tensions while taking into account who sits in the White House in Washington. This is the first point. The second point is that, well, probably China is not what the EU would choose as best friend. And this is what I was mentioning before about taking into account the values, the democratic values, and so on and so forth. But still, it is a kind of colleague to work with. The European Union cannot think of its economic development, its economic strategies, and so on and so forth, without taking into account China's role. So Europe has an enduring interest to work together with China, even if difficult. And third point, with the US, we need to share a number of deep concerns. So the European values do matter. So at the same time, the European Union needs to cooperate also with the United States, as well as with all the other liberal democracies all over the world, to address China's behavior especially when it starts to show its assertiveness. So we have three key points, basically. That the European Union has to deal with China, that we need to come to terms to this rising power, even if it is difficult, and that at the same time we need to dialogue with our historical partner, that is the United States. So this is the picture, how it is designed, discussed, debated by the leaders in Europe, in the United States, and before was talked about the narratives in China. But what do people think? Although we are dealing with very complex global issues of international politics and international relations, we do think that people have a say on these issues, and probably they have their preferences, their opinion, and some trends. And sometimes there are some cognitive shortcuts that are that comes from the political parties, political ideologies that are able to shape these preferences. So, first of all, before presenting our data, I wanted to show just a little figure by using data produced by the others. And this is the trend by the PU Center. In which this is only for a few countries, because there are a lot of countries. For readability, we chose only a few countries, but just to show you how the favor towards China in the Western world has been decreased over time. So this trend goes from 2005 to 2022. So there has been a kind of declining favor. And this is let's say, the framework, the scenario behind and before our data. A little presentation of our data. We have two groups of surveys that we have conducted in these years, where we posed the questions involving China. China was not the main topic of the surveys, but it was included into questions. So, in the survey of 2020, we made this survey in 25 countries. It was an online survey conducted by using the YouGov panel, by using gender, age group, and education quotas. And we have about 1,500 respondents per country. Then there is another survey with only 4 countries, so France, Germany, Italy, and the UK. The only difference is that YouGov conducted the survey in France, Germany, and the UK, while in Italy we used the panel from another provider, which is GfK. The individuals were selected from household panels, so selected by gender, age, geographical area, and size of urban area quotas. And we have the same sample size per country as the larger pan-European survey, so 1,500 per country. Although in this second survey we have far less respondents than in the pan-European survey with 25 respondents, in this EU4 we included a number of experiments with scenarios. In this presentation we are going to present only one experiment, because sometimes they are kind of complicated also to get into a keynote presentation. But still, it is interesting to see how the way in which we frame a question, so in which we frame also the debate between USA and China and so on and so forth, might influence people's opinion. So that's why we present data from both surveys. First of all, who likes what? Citizens' feelings towards China and the United States. Let's see, here are the percentages only of those who declare to be warm or having positive feelings towards either China, in red, quite obvious, I know, and USA, which is in blue. As you can see, the red bars are usually are on average well below the 50% across all countries, But we see a lot of variation across countries. So only less than 25% of respondents in France feel warm and positive towards China, but the percentage increases, and it is nearly 50% in Greece. So there is a lot of variation across countries in Europe in feelings towards China. On the other hand, we observe the same variation in feelings towards the United States too, although on average the warm and positive feelings towards the United States are usually higher across all countries. Of course, we have countries in which being warm towards the United States is quite low, so well below the 50%, sometimes like in Poland or Romania or Lithuania, we have high shares of support and positive feelings towards the United States. Of course, we need to take into account the period in which the survey was conducted. So, of course, we asked people, are you favorable towards the United States? But we are not able to differentiate whether these people are answering by thinking about who is in power in Washington, or whether they are thinking about the United States on its own. So this is the likely Trump effect might be an issue in the answers to this question. That's why we also try to differentiate answers by between leftist and rightist people. So basically, to put it bluntly, whether people from the left are more negative, in this case I took the percentages of negative feelings, are more negative than people from the right towards China. And here we can see clearly that there is a difference between people from the left and people from the right. Usually colder feelings towards China are perceived on the left, although it is not it's not so in all countries, because sometimes in some countries, I'm thinking about Croatia or Slovenia, Spain, it is precisely the contrary. So rightists are colder towards China than the leftists. So, but still, this chart suggests that ideology matters to some extent. And the same is with the USA. So it seems that rightist parties generally are colder than the leftists towards the United States, but this does not happen everywhere. So there are some exceptions to the rule. The second question is, who is afraid of China? Because first we asked about favorable feelings, positive feelings, and so on and so forth. But now let's see whether Europeans are afraid of China, whether they perceive China as a threat. And here we see basically that, well, on average, China is perceived as a threat, but not at the same level everywhere. In Sweden, it is highly perceived as a critical threat, for instance, but not in Bulgaria, not in Croatia or in Greece. So across Europe, we see that, for example, on the eastern side, China's threat is not as strong as we can see in Belgium, France, United Kingdom, in the northern countries. And again, if we look at the ideology, fears are higher on the right than on the left. So it seems that people from the right tend to perceive China more as a threat than people on the left. Let's see citizens' perceptions, however, about this struggle between the United States and China in the global order. So who is perceived as more powerful, whether the two powers are perceived as equally important in the new global order or not, and so on and so forth. And here we see both the United States and China, in our 4 countries, now I moved to the smaller survey with only 4 countries. As you can see, China today and the United States today more or less show the same average level of perception of being powerful. The question was, please tell us how powerful you think these countries and organizations are today. Well, China and the USA are perceived powerful more or less at the same way. But if we look at the second question, how powerful you think these countries will be in 10 years, although the average numbers are almost equal between China and the United States, so they will be both perceived as powerful in the next 10 years, we can notice and we can observe that China is perceived as a little bit more powerful than the United States in 10 years. So it's like as in Europe, there is this perception that in the new global order in future, the Chinese power is going not to replace the United States, but to some extent to be a stronger competitor, a stronger rival than it is now. And what is citizens' perception about the actions that the European Union should take, and especially whether it should take actions to address China and China rising power, whether we need to work together with the United States or not to address and to deal with China. This is the key issue in this new global order. Let's see this survey question in which we asked, the European Union and the United States should find coordinated responses to China's economic and political ambitions. As you can see, in our countries, so in our sample, there is a high percentage of agreement. So more than one European out of 2 want to work together with the United States to address China's ambitions. So overall, there is a support towards this strategy. Although we see that the support is higher in the United Kingdom, a little less high in France or Germany. But for instance, what is quite probably not surprising, but let's say it attracts the attention, the share of agreement in Italy, which is far less high than in France, Germany, and the United Kingdom. Working together with the United States to address China's ambition in Italy is seen as an option, but not so strong. There is some moderate support for this option, and probably most of the respondents prefer to choose the neither agree nor disagree option. Here again, we see the differences between left and right. And in Germany and the UK, for example, cooperation with the United States is preferred among the leftists. In France, it is quite the opposite. So it is the rightists that want more cooperation with the United States, while in Italy, we didn't observe many differences between left and right. And finally, I'm going to present one of the experimental survey questions that we posed in this survey. Citizens' opinion on cooperation with China. So the previous question was about cooperating with the United States. Now we want to see whether Europeans are willing or are ready to cooperate with China, not with the United States. And this is important to see Europeans' placement in the new global order. So the question was, would you support or oppose the EU cooperating more strongly with China? But the sample was divided into 4 groups. One group was a control group, so it didn't receive any particular scenario. One group received the first scenario in which it was presented the situation. China asks the European Union to support efforts to shift the power in these institutions. So we called it the scenario of the shift of powers. The second scenario was the scenario of the new international institutions. So China plans to set up new international institutions and ask for the European Union to support these efforts. In the third scenario, I think the hardest one, it is the scenario that we call the follow me. China wants to withdraw from these institutions and ask the European Union to follow China leaving these international institutions. So it is a very radical option. Let's see how the citizens react to these scenarios. As you can see, the chart is not so easy to interpret. So here are the shares of support for each of these scenarios in the four countries. As you can see, cooperation on the shift of power is not the most disliked scenario. So we probably could think that the scenario of shift of power could be quite radical, probably not as radical as the follow me, but still the shift of powers and the follow me, which are the scenarios in which either there is a shift of powers or a withdrawal from an institution are quite radical, and still they don't present too many differences from the other scenarios. Of course, we should realize that shares of support are quite low. So, of course, there is not an enthusiastic support to the idea of cooperating with China in a change of the balance of power. Once again, however, I would invite you to notice the results for Italy, which are quite different from the rest of the countries. Still, we are below the 50%, of course, so it is still low or moderate, it is still low support for this cooperation, but it is higher than in the other countries. So, a few concluding remarks. As you, of course, could understand and could notice from this presentation, these are just descriptive results from our surveys. We didn't do any further elaboration. These are just food for thought and probably food for further discussion in this seminar, in this meeting. But still, we wanted to provide a few concluding remarks and the sense that we got from this data. First of all, we are moving in a context of declining favor for China, which is, as we have seen before, which is a long-standing trend, which started from the early 2000s and is continuing to our days. And in this context, Europeans still tend to like more the United States than China. So apparently it seems that at the level of the public opinion, in the rivalry between the United States and China, Europeans still tend to look towards West. And China is perceived as a threat, but also as a rising power in the global order. So we look at the West, but still we keep an eye on the East and on what is happening on the Eastern side, because Europeans are increasingly aware of the power of the increasing economic development, but also the increasing threat that probably China is likely to pose. At the same time, Europeans are aware that the United States are still a strategic partner to deal with China, while at the same time they keep a moderate to low support to cooperation with China. Although we have observed that there are differences across countries, and as I showed also, the differences concerning Italy, should probably induce us to make some reflections about why it is so, what kind of explanation might be behind these differences across countries. Well, probably rather than thinking about differences due to the context, geographical reasons, or whatever, which might be, of course, a good explanation, but probably some of these explanations might lie in ideology. Of course, the data that we presented are incomplete and present a lot of limits and drawbacks. But when I showed the differences between left and right on several survey questions, and also the data about Italy, where in the last years we had rising prevalence and influence of some parties, for example, from the right, but also from what is so-called populist parties and so on and so forth, they might explain some tendencies in the public opinion, because ideology often operates as a cognitive shortcut for people, especially when it concerns big matters and big issues of international politics. We found that to some extent ideology matters, and also probably domestic politics in European countries might influence what is happening in the EU-China relationships. It is always important to see who is in power in Rome, in Berlin, and Paris, to observe and to see how the relations will evolve, because in the end, politicians and leaders will be accountable to their public opinion, and they will take into account their preferences and their attitudes. So these are our data, and thank you again for this opportunity to present us these results, and also for the feedback comments that you can provide us to give a start also to our research. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Linda. I think it's a very rich data. Very, very interesting, and much food for thought and for analysis. So thank you very much for presenting this paper here and this data, and we will certainly follow the research and the analysis, the further analysis of this data. What I think it could be good first is to give each of the panelists the possibility of commenting the other presentation, and then we will give a possibility to the audience to put questions, and I will also have, if I may, of course, ask some questions. So, Richard, do you want to start?
Yes, sure. I thought it was fascinating, Linda, and hi, I see Pierangelo is there as well, so hi to you as well. I particularly thought it was very striking. Oh, hi, Pierangelo. I thought that graph that you presented from the Pew surveys was very striking, showing that dramatic change in European opinions about China. I was actually quite surprised about that, you had favorability towards China of something like 75%, or that kind of area in European countries in 2005. That seems very high even then. There were a few issues that I was wondering about. Was you raised the issue when you were talking about how people differentiate their views on China, on the US in particular, you were talking about. So the survey was taken during the Trump presidency. Would the impressions have been higher during the Obama presidency? I mean, we know that in results of other opinion polls that America's favorability towards America has gone up with Obama and down with Trump. So, but another point that occurred to me, you might have been able to avoid this in your phrasing of the question, but I was also thinking that if it's views towards China, favorability towards China, it occurred to me that people might be making a judgment. Some people might have been making a judgment specifically on the politics, whereas others might have been thinking in broader terms about, I don't know, the culture and so on and so forth. So, I mean, for example, people might have been unhappy about Americanization, American films and culture and so on. But perhaps you've dealt with that in your specific phrasing, I don't know. The point that I thought was absolutely fascinating was the geographical one. Did you do maps as well as your graphs by any chance? Because if you did maps, please send me the maps that you made to show me these results. From what I was trying to make maps in my mind when I was looking at the graphs, and it looked to me as if you have an arc, a patchy arc in Eastern Europe, where Eastern Europe is not homogeneous by any means, so including Croatia, Bulgaria, Greece, Italy, and Italy is included in Eastern or Southeastern Europe. I'm not sure which characterizes best until I see the maps, so I think that's really fascinating, and I'm wondering if it's connected with 16 or 17 plus 1, whether it's connected, and BRI, Italy being the only country, I think, in Western Europe that joined, that signed up officially to the Belt and Road Initiative, which could be as a result of these opinion polls. So there's a permissive climate in Italy which wouldn't have existed elsewhere in Western Europe. I'm delighted that you raised that issue at the end about populism in Italy, when you're trying to explain why is Italy different from, because it's really clearly distinctively different from the rest of, at least as far as I could see from the graphs, from Western Europe. So my thinking is, what I would do looking at that graph is I'd try to do a comparison and see if you have a region of Europe, which includes Italy and then other parts of Central and Eastern Europe, whatever shape that is, to look for the common factors. I mean, populism is certainly not a stranger to Southeastern Europe. So it might well be the case there. And then what exactly is happening here? I would also have thought like that positivity towards, which possibly you also do, because given the title of your research project, you won't have reported on it today in this presentation, but you're probably also looking at Russia. So I'm wondering if I would kind of expect a possibility that the populists who would be pro-Chinese might well also be pro-Russian, and so that therefore there might well be an overlap in these maps of positivity between pro-Russian and pro-Chinese. And if so, that would be an interesting thing to trace, particularly if it could be connected with, for example, your left and right surveys when you're looking, because I'm thinking of a place like France, where the far right in France is so pro-Putin. I'm not sure about whether they're pro-Chinese or not, but that you may have kind of found, well, I'm looking at it from the geographical side because I find that so interesting. But I think it seems to me like it could be a key, which you probably have already thought of this already, you probably already looked at, but it seems to be a real key to possibly unlock some amazing lessons from your work. And I'll leave it there. Thanks very much.
Thank you for the comments, feedbacks, and several ideas. I tried to address some. First of all, the views about China, whether they are influenced by views about politics or culture. Actually, the actual wording of the survey question doesn't allow to differentiate, although it is a very standard question that is used also to make a trend analysis. I think in a citizens' perception, there is always a tendency to look at the politics rather than the culture. And I think my guess is supported by the fact that if we look at the same question concerning the United States, then there is this kind of Trump effect that influences views and feelings towards the United States. So probably people tend to think at the country on its wall, but they take into account the country as a political power to some extent rather than to culture. As for the maps, actually, this was one of my first ideas when I was preparing the PowerPoint. Then I forgot for some reasons, I don't remember. And then when I looked at your presentation, when you showed the bell, no, the red belt of the Eastern country, I thought, well, this probably would explain something of my bar chart, because actually what I've seen are these Eastern countries plus Italy, and so with some geopolitical explanation, this might probably be more insightful than a simple bar chart, but still this is a cue that is worth investigating the geopolitical dynamics in the relations, because we always think about how the EU should stand in the relationship with China, but we do have to think that within the European Union there are 27 countries with different domestic politics, with different geopolitical contexts. Having a common European Union answer in the relationship towards China is really complex, and the chart clearly indicates that it's so complex. And populism is, of course, one of the key things that we were thinking about when dealing with our data. Here I have to make a warning in the sense that our analysis for now focused just on the differences between left and right. But nowadays, especially in Europe, simply dealing with left and right might be reductive, might be a limitation. I take for you an example. If we ask people voting for the 5 Stars movement in Italy whether they place where they place themselves in the left-right continuum, and we don't present them with the neither left nor right option, they tend to place themselves in the center. But then when we present them with the option neither left nor right, then they choose that one. So in the survey with 4 countries, we added this element, so this option, but it was very difficult to present with all this data and how to justify this neither nor left. So we are not also able to see who and how many people within this group are really populist, really voters of the 5 Stars movement, and so on and so forth. So the idea of the following steps of this research is to consider the question on the party identification and use, for instance, scores taken from the Chapel Hill expert surveys or other measurements that tell us whether these people vote for parties that, according to other data sets, are classified as populist or not. And then this might be more informative than simply the left-right continuum. So this is an evolving pattern. So for now, the descriptive pattern suggests that probably if we take this way, it is worth doing that work. And then looking at Russia, this is a really good point. And actually, I have to apologize because probably it's more my fault, because my colleagues wanted also to present the results and the data concerning opinions towards Russia, because we wanted to show the similarities and the divergences between European perceptions and opinions towards China and towards Russia. Of course, there was the time limit, how to present all this data and how to connect all these things. And sometimes the feeling is that there are more than one papers in this presentation, and more than one research question. So now the choice was to be parsimonious, but actually, especially given the current political situation at the international level, it is really important to see whether perceptions toward China have some similarities or share something with perceptions towards Russia, because these are the powers in the new multipolar orders that are appearing in the context, in the current context. So thank you for this point. And actually, if I can make a comment to your presentation.
Oh, yes, please.
Yeah, I was in the last years, I worked a lot on the concept of sovereigntism, but especially by focusing on the nation state sovereigntism, and especially the tendency that states have to perceive and the need to take control back, especially take back control from the European Union. This is what we have seen in the United Kingdom. So I was curious to know whether also the nation state sovereignty has some impact on Chinese narratives in Europe. So how do Chinese and China see this take back control and sovereigntism in Europe that is spreading in Europe? Because European sovereignty is interesting, but I think that the tendency in several domestic politics is towards nation state sovereigntism.
The work that I was looking at tended to be work on the European Union. So, well, that was the criterion that I was using to collect the work. So the perspective was often those of scholars who were working on the EU and were seeing Europe as a unit. So it's possible that if I had chosen work which was more specifically on, where it was Germanists or Italianists, in China, rather than Europeanists, I might have found something different. But when we're talking about these Europeanists, at least, they do have a conception of Europe being the body that matters. And they represent, it's strange, they represent opposition to Europe, including, I have to examine the work because it wasn't something I was specifically looking for. But I think even when it was particular countries, examining that as a kind of an undesirable populism, which was undermining Europe, which was meant to be China's friend, and therefore that was a bad thing, and was upsetting the table. That was disrupting things with their Euroscepticism, and seeing this as a negative problem. The presentation of this idea of national sovereignty. And it's complete. I mean, the irony is blatant, because if they're thinking about China, they're thinking about, oh yes, Chinese sovereignty as a nation is very, very important. But then when they apply it to Europe, they're seeing Europe as the unit, because that's the important unit for them. At least from these Chinese Europeanists. Yes, but as I say, I'm not sure. I would have to kind of look. It could be skewed by the particular type of work that I'm looking at. But I think what you were saying about your idea of looking at support instead of left and right for individual parties, and then using something like Chapel Hill to score the parties, I think that makes a lot of sense. And what's more, I think that the parties, you might even find it more interesting and more relevant to your responses on China and Russia to score them not on left and right, but on populist establishment. I don't know, but I'm kind of from the data that you have given us just now, it looks that way to me.
Thank you very much to both of you. Before I put some questions as well to the speakers, I would like to give the opportunity to intervene to other people who is attending. So I see us also Pierangelo. I think he's connected online. I don't know if he would like to intervene or any other of the attendants. If not, I will put some questions to both speakers, and starting with Richard. You were mentioning multilateralism and multipolar world. And you were presenting, or you were saying that some authors were presenting China as a champion of globalization and multilateralization. I wonder whether these authors distinguish clearly between these two trends, multilateralization and multipolarization, and if they clearly are in favor of one or the other. So that's my first question. My second question relates to this US interference on friendship between the EU and China. And do you see the turning point with the entry of Biden? Have you seen, is that is shown by your readings? Is that the turning point according to the Chinese scholars? And have you seen any other evolution with the current events that it's worthy to mention? So these are my two questions.
Okay, thanks very much, Jerónimo. This issue of multipolarity and multilateralism I think that is a crucial issue, and for the Chinese also. Here I see, it seems to me in the work that I've looked at, there does seem to be an evolution. In the earlier work from the first decade of the 21st century, this is when you get these very realist statements of multipolarity, where it's most explicit. And it's very closely connected with the idea of opposition to the US and the EU as naturally going to be an ally of China and so on and so forth. Then you get a movement as time goes on, an appreciation of European multilateralism, and it's not always, but quite often, connected with Europe. There's even one author who talks about pre-modern, I'm not sure if I've got the right word, but something like pre-modern China, no, modernizing China, modern US, and postmodern EU, with the idea that this is a progression that's to be desired in this movement, and that China has to strive to achieve this. There's even talking about things like, for example, that the EU can be a model for East Asian regionalism. That's in the earlier works. You don't see that so much more recently. That's disappeared in the 2010s, say early in the 2010s, if anything. You have some, it's Pan Zhongqi, the author that I quoted on these conceptual gaps. He says that this distinction between multilateralism and multipolarity is one of the gaps that you get in China, that there's confusion here. And I think he's right. I think you have this movement, you've got certain Chinese authors. Okay, a background factor here. is that over this period that I've been looking at, the last 20, to some extent 30, but mostly 20 years, there has been a dramatic increase in the number of Chinese scholars, particularly of something like the EU, who have actually spent part of their career in the EU, and then to some extent returned, or some extent writing from abroad. So I think that this understanding of multilateralism, this increasing understanding of multilateralism, is partly reflecting that. However, there's also a recognition that the idea of multilateralism, the idea of global governance, a recognition from some people that the Chinese and Europeans aren't necessarily always talking about the same thing, that sometimes when the Chinese are talking about multilateralism, they're doing so in ways which could conceal elements of multipolarity. So it's really, it's like a great powers multilateralism or something. Or for example, that when multilateralism is proposed, that there's a strong emphasis on Chinese initiatives in multilateralism. It's not necessarily not multilateralism, but it's a particular take on it and so on. I said that this is an ongoing project, and I don't have anything from very recently. So that's part of the updating of the project. So I can't say about a change from since Biden came in, but this idea of US interference goes right back to the beginning. I think that this is a complex of an idea, that the unipolar hegemon narrative and the multipolar directed towards the US and the multipolar partner narrative directed towards the EU arise, I would guess, at the same time in the early post-Cold War, in the 1990s. And they've gone together since. And so that therefore, you get these accusations of, oh, the Europeans and Chinese would be such great friends if the Americans didn't keep intervening. And this goes right back, at least to the early 2000s. So actually, surprisingly, it's not a recent thing at all. Because I think it's the same complex of connected narratives. And yes, I think that was your two questions.
Thank you very much. I'm sure that if you start reviewing the literature and the scholars, Chinese scholars in recent years, I mean, 2022, after what is happening, I'm sure this U.S. interference will also become stronger for sure, with the whole issue of what Europe has to do with this sovereignty and particularly with NATO and all what is happening. Yeah.
Well, that is the plan, and so it should be in the book chapter. So hopefully we'll find out.
Great. And for Linda, my first question is, we have a declining favor towards China. That's clear, and you mentioned the Pew report, and then your studies. What I would like to ask you to elaborate a bit is how do you think this is getting more intense, this declining favor towards China? If you compare the Pew report with your reports of 2020, your surveys of 2020 and 2021, what is the evolution and what is the intensity of that decline? So that would be my first question. The second one, and you have stressed it in your presentation, is that the shift of powers, the three scenarios, and the shift of powers was not the most like scenario. the most likely scenario was the new institutions, new international institutions creation, which is, for me, a bit shocking. And I wonder what is your explanation to that? And because one may think, well, all these international institutions were created at a moment in which China, of course, was not a global actor at all. So China is claiming since a long time that, well, these institutions have to be adapted to the new situation, or that new institutions had to be created. But I didn't think that this idea of new institution was going to find so much support in the West. So I wonder which would be the reasons, the grounds for that support. I'm very curious about your possible answers to that. And then a suggestion for the future. Of course, it will be very, very interesting to know the evolution of these surveys with the new context and the new events that are taking place after 2021. But one suggestion will be, if we talk about cooperation between EU and China, maybe one issue to explore is to ask for or to distinguish between different areas of cooperation, different topics of cooperations. For instance, do you think that there would be a massive support for cooperation regarding climate change or regarding public health or regarding food security at global level? Because if we ask about other topics which are more in conflict, let's say, or if we ask in general, then of course the overall assessment might be very, very different. And one additional element will be very interesting to know about is it possible to cooperate in these areas, climate change, etc., when we are in conflict in other political issues? And to know the opinion of citizens on this will be extremely interesting, I think. So those are my questions and my suggestions.
Thank you very much, and I try to address this point. Well, first of all, whether we compared our data with a few, well, actually we didn't also, because if I don't remember wrongly, there were slight differences in the wording, so we didn't want to make this this account. However, I think that with the data that we have, I can try to speculate about your question on whether and how these feelings or these perceptions are declining favor is going to become more intense. And I think one guess might come from the question about how much powerful will be China in the next 10 years. I know these are different questions, but if China is slightly perceived as more powerful than the United States in the next 10 years, probably this might explain a kind of declining favor, because sort of losing certainties about the global order as we are used to know it with the United States, with all the powers and so on. So there is this new power which is different, which is assertive, which sometimes has forms of unfair competition, and this might explain the decline in favor. The more it rises, it might be interesting to see whether the decline in favor is coinciding with an increasing in fears or increasing in perception of power in the next year. So it would be interesting to make this comparison and assessment. As for the question on the scenarios, well, here we need to make a premise, an important premise. Of course, when we present complex scenarios to people, we have to take into account that probably they don't have familiarity, with such complex scenarios. Now, I also presented in the slide a shorter explanation of the scenario, but they were a little bit more elaborated. So the idea was actually, through a complex description and so on and so forth, to differentiate between three main frames. The first one was a shift of power, so something that is quite radical. That's why in the presentation I say that the first and the last options were the more radical, shifting the power, so putting aside the United States, and the other one was withdrawing from institutions. These are two radical things. On the other hand, having new international institutions, of course, it is unlikely, but still would be, in the eyes of the public opinion, a sort of cooperative attitude from the by China to start to be part of the new global order by setting up a new institution. So we don't want to be free riders, but we want to work together within institutions. So that's why this could be a less radical option. And that's why probably there is a less opposition or reduced opposition by the public opinion towards this option and towards this scenario, because in the eyes of the public opinion, it sounds like, okay, the Chinese power, China is willing to cooperate, is willing to build something rather than withdrawing, rather than shifting, rather than destroying the things as we are now and as we know. And as for your suggestion, of course, it is well taken. Of course, these questions were included in a broader surveys on other things, but definitely having a differentiation between different areas of cooperation and conflicts is definitely a point on which we need to work with. So thank you.
Well, thank you very much. We are very grateful to the two speakers. So please,